Well, good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my, wow, what happened here? Look at this. Something going on. This is my virtual trading journal, and all times are Central Standard Time. On my chart that I refer to, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, November the 3rd, 2025. Monday, fun day. So this, as I said, is my virtual trading journal. It is not for financial or trade advice directly. I mean, I do trade. I trade live. I articulate and share openly what I'm thinking and what I'm doing, and you can see every trade that I take visually, very clearly, graphed out on Bookmap. But I'm not a certified anything, I'm just a trader. So I'm not qualified legally to give advice. And one thing I do caution you too, if you were to try and follow my trades, there is a delay or lag in YouTube. So I could be in and out of something by the time it shows up on your desk. So, just think about that for a minute. That wouldn't work out very well. Okay. So let's get on to the business at hand here. The reporting. Oh, I should also say that I'm not monetized in any way here. That my whole intention for the stream and for the YouTube, pushing this to YouTube or streaming to YouTube, is for transparency and accountability. This is a live funded account. Notice I'm on micros because this is the first day here. I'm going to trade this. And I want to be sure that I had some issues with last week, if you're around the stream, with IRT. So I want to be real careful here. Anyway, and I came upon the streaming because I don't multitask very well. And I discovered that my focus was taken away from trading if I was doing screen snaps and typing and everything that was required for a journal, which is important. So this is perfect. I capture everything on my screens on the stream, and my voice over here provides insight as to what I was thinking. It's a pretty perfect deal. All right, so let's get on with the news and the reports. We do actually have some reports out this morning. At 8:45, we've got the 9:45, it looks like. I hope to hell this is all working right. I don't think it is. It should be 8:45. This should say minutes here. We've got the global PMI, and then we have ISM manufacturing. Doesn't make sense to me. I had some other issues with time here on my computer too. So at 8:45, we have ISM manufacturing. That would be right. 45 minutes. It's just 8 o'clock now. Okay, so that's correct. And then 9 o'clock, at the top of the next hour, we have the PMI stuff. Right now, we've been, mirroring the new Fed fellow, the White House employee who is now also on the Fed. He's busy speaking or making comments anyway. And yeah, so this is investing.com. I prefer it. I prefer the presentation here, especially for screen snapping and, putting into a Discord or somewhere. It's clean, it's clear, it's concise. You can filter it any way you want. I mean anyway, for your country. This is the Mirren guy who is, spends all of his time now, is suddenly an expert. Geez, I'm just so leery of the motivation of these folks. Never thought that way before. It's too bad. And don't forget that we're in the middle of earnings season. Kind of Palantir's up this morning, and the way you interpret this is the little quarter moon means they report after the bell and the sun is before the bell. So that's why you see these few that have reporting out already. Quite a big Tuesday, and Wednesday is usually the biggest, but it's kind of winding down a little bit. Last week we had 5 or 6 of the Mag 7 report. These are drugs and this is AMD. That's a pretty important one. That'll be tomorrow. Palantir today. That's craziness. All right. So that's the numbers. And in other words, we have S&P PMI out at 845, and then we have the ISM numbers out at the top of the hour. Both of these are free, by the way. This is Financial Juice, which has a similar calendar over here. And more of a squawk box going on here. Oh, this is not good. Oh, well, it's in the afternoon. Okay, so that's not a problem. I mean, it's in the evening. Virginia Tele Rally, whatever that means. Okay. Okay. Let's get on with it. Pre-market, IRT. So here we have the full session. This is what we've done so far in the RTH. Not very much. Very, very muted session, and you can tell that by the volume. We're only 311,000 contracts since 1,700 last night. This is the ES Mini. And I'll talk about the micros and stuff here in a minute, but and this is the NQ Mini and the ES Micro Composite chart. This is real simple. It's the high time frame chart for me. It's a RTH session only. These are daily candlesticks. Whenever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. And when I do that, the way I have it set up, it generates these high and low volume nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines. Here, let me make sure that those are plotting. Yeah. Okay. And they push automatically to Bookmap. This is the market profile. Also now full session will be RTH in it once we open. And the session prices here automatically push to Bookmap as well. So let's jump down to the micros because I will be trading micros. I'm trading live funded account today, starting today, on this new AMP account. And so this is a test the water, right? Poke your toe in, don't jump off the dock kind of deal. You'll see that it's all very similar. All the tab layout is exactly the same. The difference is these are micros. And this is a straight up ES, so no problem there. As opposed to the other. And volume's about the same, right? 432,000. Now, it makes sense that there's more volume on micros than there is minis because of the price difference. So let's now take a look at the micro Bookmap. My high time frame column, where I manually enter these naked volume points of control. You can see them right over here. They come from this. Boop. I keep them shut off because it's kind of busy, but I can turn them back off and on. These are the naked volume points of control. The yellow are the micro composite VPOCs. And so that's where I enter these. These are the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically from Bookmap, or from IRT to Bookmap. This is the full session volume profile, which automatically started plotting last night at 1700. And the RTH volume profile, which should reset this morning at 8:30. And I used the extreme caution there because it all of a sudden reset a few minutes ago at 7:30, not recognizing that the clock and everything else was changed for daylight saving. So I'm not sure what's up. This is a lot of what the hell's going on stuff today. And here is my my notes column, which is very important. You don't see anything in there today, but you can get an idea of what it looks like here in the on the straight up ES the full contract. The first thing I do is I change the column title to reflect the open type, and then we'll go through and pick up these statistics, which are for the day. So let's get back over here and do that. So first thing to do is determine the open type. And what is how, what, who, when, where do we do that? Well, if we were to open right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH session close, which is right there? So we're higher than the close, huh? And how about the previous RTH session range? Well, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere around here is the previous RTH session high, which is right there. You see that? You see the IB high and the open and the previous RTH session high right there. Well, we would be right on the high. So at this moment, we would be higher out of range rather than higher in range. And I hate that when they do this. Just fluff back and forth over the top. Hate it. So I'm going to be very judicious with my statistics levels this morning because I can't. Let's just go ahead here. The way I would change the column title is right here. I'm going to hope that it's not a god dang gap up again. And then I would clear the title. I would clear the notes. Yes, there you go. Now we're going to add the statistics, which come from that study in IRT. But first, these are the session prices pushed automatically from IRT. And you'll notice there's no mysterious anything in what I do for trading. It's based on data, statistics, and probabilities, period. Price action, which is where the data comes from. Now, here was our open, the previous RTH high, and you see the IB high. There's no indicators on any of my charts or my book map. There is a POC for both the full session and the RTH session. There is a VWAP for the Globex and for the RTH, and there's a mid for the RTH. The rest are session prices, and they're clearly identified. There's an IB high and an IB low, which sometimes confuse people, but because of the naming, I think it's an old market profile-ism from initial balance. What those two levels really and truly, honestly represent is nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And that is it. The POC, also not mysterious. It is the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So there's 8,500. We've traded 3,960 contracts so far in the overnight session. The split second that any one of these price levels is 3,961, the POC will be the new POC. And this yellow line just continues to plot where that POC location was so that I can have a understanding of how value and how the most traded price is moving, if that's clear. So now you see we would be lower in range, higher in range, not out of range. If we're out of range, it's a gap situation. So one other thing I do at the beginning of each session, I put this real expensive, very mysterious indicator, which is a vertical line. And that serves as just a visual reference for me. As long as I can spot this gray boy over here, I have blue boy on the ES. I mean on the full contract. As long as I can spot that on the left side of my screen, I know I have the entire session in view, and I can keep firmly rooted in the context of the session. So let's get over to the statistics page here now. The statistics come from this study, which you see I changed to, I will change to the ES, the MES, because that's what I'm going to be trading today. There's only 4 open types. We know that as of right now, we have determined it's higher in range. Now, IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30, right? So that doesn't help us much now, but let's do something first. Let's go right here and let's go to the MES and apply. We want to use the correct statistics, right? So here, now we're looking at the statistics for the MES, and you'll notice they hardly differ. I got to change this because it's looking on, the study's only going back 1,600 days, and typically I do 2,000. I'll change that in a minute. Sorry, I didn't notice that. I struggled last night quite a bit getting connectivity and everything through the new brokerage account to everything, all these charts and stuff. Had a problem with IRT logging on, actually. So we have 4 open types. Assumingly we're going to open in higher in range, that means that we look back at 1,600 days in this case. 496 of those days we opened higher in range. Of the days when we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 403 times for 81.2%. Overnight volume point of control. 81.2. Boop. That's all there is to it. And I will now just go down the line. The next one is the overnight mid, 74.8. Overnight mid, 74.8. And that's it, boys and girls. Now, be really clear that you understand these are just statistics. The number of times or days this price level was revisited in the overnight from the the RTH session over a data set of, in this case, 1,600 days. Typically, I have 2,000. Now look what we've done. We've zoomed up here again. We've broken up, and now it's going to be a higher out of range, which would be a gap up, assuming that we open here. I hate that. And I'm not going to go crazy putting in all the statistics at this point until I know where we opened. I will then go back and put them in, and they'll be there for the rest of the day. But it doesn't make sense for me to add all these statistics and then turn around and have to do them again, right? Oh, and this is the wrong price. This should be right here. This is the overnight volume point of control, not the previous RTH volume point of control. This is RTH, this is EV volume point of control. Okay, so assuming we're going to open higher in range, now that would be this column. So the overnight volume point of control would be 77.2. Not Whatever I said now, where is it? I'm just confirming everything's right. Not 81.2. 77.2 times. That's kind of interesting. Granted, it's only 3 percentage points, but hey, close counts and horseshoes and hand grenades, right? 66.2 is the overnight mid. Okay. And what else we got going on here? Previous high is 65.9. And that was right. Where'd the IB go? That's right up here. I'm just going down the list of statistics now under higher out of range, which would be gap up, gap situation, right? Previous close is, well, let's look at the IB high, which is 63.7. We can't do that because there are several layers on top of each other. 60.3 is the IB low. I'm doing this for a reason. Here's the IB low. And that is 60.3. And it is the IB low. And why do I do that with the initials? Because remember the definition of the initial balance high and low. They mark the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. So the minute this upcoming session opens, these levels will jump to the top and the bottom of that volume profile immediately. They won't be here anymore or here. So I put the initials there and I know what I'm doing. The previous close, I thought I saw that go by. Yeah, it's 49.5. That's right here. And remember that I'm now working on the micros, the MES, which is the micro account, because that's what I'm trading today, live. Okay, and I'll continue to do this. I would say we're going to open higher out of range because they're continuing to push it up, but you never know. And I'm going to do something now that I do every day at 8:20, which is the TLab snap. And you ask, what in the hell is the TLab snap? It is the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room. And it's started by a guy named Tom B. Hold on a minute here. I want to be sure I'm getting everything right today. It's kind of on my back foot. Sorry about that. I want to be sure everything's working right. So anyway, it's a bookmap Discord chat room, and it is opened, run, led, created by whatever you want to call it, a guy named Tom B, who reportedly is per his own statement, a professional trader and been doing this for 46 plus years. I believe he's the real deal. He doesn't ever trade live. He doesn't call trades, and you will never see a copy of his verified account or, in the chat room. I'm also sure you're never going to see any gold chains or wrapped Lambos in the pictures. But I believe him, and I was there a long enough time, and I know a number of people that have been in there for a long while, and we all agree. I guess in reality, I don't know. If I'm honest, I don't know if he really trades live or not. I assume so. Anyway, so having said that, then, this TLab snap is something I do 2 posts in there every day. One is the reports about 6 o'clock in the morning, and one's this TLab snap at about 8:20. And that snap looks like this. It is just to give any folks in there all the levels that they might need. And I just realized I didn't have that one correct, so I'm going to do this again. And I post it in there every day at 8:20, so there you go. Now I'm going to correct that. And oops, I don't want to do that. How do I do this? I guess I can just I want to edit this. How do I do it? It doesn't want to edit for me here. Stale with it, I guess. The idea is to have, you see the idea, right? And that's the way I do it. So things are a little bit goofy this morning. I'm sorry. And we are definitely opening higher outer range, which will be the world famous pain in the ass gap up, meaning that our gap rules will be in play today. Did I actually do that? Now, there we go. I guess that worked. I don't know. And I don't care, to be honest with you. So now, now we go somewhere. This is pretty crazy, huh? We're going to be open here in 2 minutes, and let's hope that the damn thing resets automatically as it should. I suppose it will. Okay, so I've got a new trigger chart here. Let's get ready for the open in about a minute and hope that works correctly. Otherwise, I'll have to reset the volume profile manually, and there'll be a lot of complaining and bitching and moaning. And I think we're going to open higher out of range, so I could continue with the statistics. That would be the overnight high is 75.2, and that's way the hell up here someplace. 75.2 hasn't even migrated up there yet, but I can promise you that this is still part of the overnight high, so it's going to be up there. It is not a new all-time high, but previous high is 65.9. Did I do that? Where did that go? 65.9. Yep. Okay. Close 49.5. IB low. What else we got going on here? Overnight low is 36.3. That would be right about under here again. Boy, they're all on top of each other here, aren't they? Well, I think I'll just stand by with the levels until we see what happens. And open in 15 seconds. Let's see if this thing resets. I've had to do a whole bunch of stuff since the wee hours this morning getting this set up to work. Well, there should have been the open. And this did not reset, which it's supposed to. Well, that worked, so I guess I can't complain about that. The overnight high is somewhere. I don't know. Let's put in the first migrating VPOC. We can't do that. So pretty quick, I guess, I hope. I'm going to now change the RTH or the IRT charting to day session only. Or the RTH session. Jesus, this is complicated. I'm not used to tracking all of these different sessions here. I need to be careful about this because I push and I freely provide or push or whatever you want to call it, all of the session prices, and a lot of people use them in TLab and Statistic and around. So it's I need to be careful that I've got them correctly all set up properly, right? But with the right day type, and I mean the right session. Because the session, whether it's day or full session, changes the relationship of the panda, changes the relationship of the I need to get rid of that. Clear these out. Clear the notes. This is on my RT. This is my full contract. Okay, so the volume profile is there. I don't see these flags changing yet, which is kind of, I hope everything's okay. And also, well, there we got these coming out, so that's good. All right. I hope. I pushed my trigger chart pullback and continuation. Hey, baby. All right, so we're open. We're plotting. We've got our statistics. We've got the levels pushing from the trigger chart. I don't see the high or low updating properly yet. Here. And what the hell am I on over here? Here. I don't know why that's not pushed properly. Ah, there we go. No, that's not. There we go. Where's the I? Why isn't the IB low coming up here? One thing else that's probably important to do, I'm sure you'll recognize the fact that I cannot trade. And so that's pretty disappointing, isn't it? Or it would be, right? I'm going to make this 2-lot package. What the hell? I don't quite understand what's going on now. I have to say. Huh. Well, too many moving parts here for this old cowboy. All right. Anyway, let's get back to I'm trying to get the gap rules and the charting. The first thing that's important to do here is be able to trade. I think you'll agree. And the way you trade with Bookmap is to activate the trade control panel by clicking that padlock and choosing a method you will use to interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the active data column. If you choose DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the DOM columns, and both is, as you suspect, both columns. Now, with me, I use multi-brackets. This is where the risk neutral and my trade management methodology is applied. So in the risk neutral idea, the smallest lot size you can use is 2 contracts because it needs to be an even number. Then you decide the stop loss for the full package, and the first requirement you need to make is your account risk parameters. Okay, and in my case today, live account, micros, 12 ticks is 2 points. I'm sorry, 3 points for 2 contracts. In micros, that means it's $30. Okay, so I want to make sure, in minis it's $300. So I'm trading micros, meaning I'm risking $30. My R value is $30, or I prefer to always think in ticks. It's 12 ticks, the same as it is anywhere else. Then, once that's been established, the first risk neutral scale is automatic because it is for half of the package, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop loss is negative. And then you have the runner, which is the real goal of the trade. You can have 4 contracts. You can have 4 contracts high volatility. You know, this is all stuff that you need to work out based on your trading, your methodology, your account, and you need to do all of this stuff during your homework period before and or away from the live market. You don't want to change your methodology or any of these things during the live market, in my opinion. So now that that's set up, I can trade. Close. Okay. It's green. It stays unlocked. Now, you'll notice that I have all these metrics up here, same as they are here. I no longer need the tools in the trade control panel, like trailing stop and stuff like that, or, you know, stops and things. So I confirm that the package size is correct. I know I've selected both methods to trade with a mouse, and I can click this again. It stays open. I can still trade. I have all my metrics here, and it adds the cancel all and close all buttons. But most importantly, I get my real estate back. Okay? So that's how this works. That's how that whole trade philosophy works. And now I'm going to start throwing in a couple of migrating VPOC flags just to see what's going on. And I'll explain those more in a second. The migrating VPOC flags here kind of a holdover from my previous methodology, where I would keep 5 minutes on the scale. Now, the yellow line here will continue to plot all day, but pretty soon it'll scroll off the left of the screen, so I won't know where the volume profile or the POC had been. Therefore, I use these flags. Now I use Gray Boy over here, which is just, this was from the overnight, right? So what I need to do now is I need to go to the open, which is right there, and I need to slap on another one. Gray Boy Senior. There you go. Oh, Blue Boy's back. Well, look at there. Now we got Blue Boy back. That's from the other. I had changed those colors, I thought, to, I was thinking it made sense. Blue Boy is what I have on my ETH, right? On my full session, I'm sorry. And I was thinking it made sense to have different colors, so I could have a memory jog of, oh, this is the wrong screen. This is the mini, not the micro. And I thought I had that all set up. I don't do very well with Bookmap and these kind of drawings and stuff. I never use them. This is the only time I ever use the damn thing. Hi, Panda. I don't see anybody here. That's okay, because it's going to be a quiet day, I think. Let me just make sure of a couple other things. Looks like the stream is chugging down the hill, and see if the chat's working. Hey, Antonio, good morning. Panda was just singing for you here. Is that Antonio? Yeah, this is the live. This is live now. This is my AMP live brokerage account and real trading. So that's why I switched this to micros, because after that drama I had last week with IRT, I want to be freaking sure this thing isn't firing off orders by itself, eh? All right. So here we go. Hi ho, here we go. We opened gap up, and now we are, let's see where the previous one is. This doesn't look right here for me, to me so far. Oh, yes, it does. No, it doesn't. I got to make sure these levels are all plotting properly. They are, of course, on the full session, but not on the rest of it. There's the IB low, which is not correct. The IB low has got to be up here. So if something's not pushing properly or updating properly, from my micro chart to my levels, price levels over here. I might have screwed something up when I added these pullback and continuation zones. Actually, this looks pretty, this is correct according to here, according to the IB, but it's not correct according, the IB is not correct according to the market profile, or to the profile. So this is just magic. Maybe not. And this is not right here at all, around this IB. So let me see if the trigger chart is working for this. My. Well, first of all, we need to get down here to automatic and something. I don't see I don't see the plot here today. Well, that's kind of weird. Where in the hell did the day go? MES, 1 minute, day session, 8:30 to blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that ought to be correct. I don't see today plotting any place, do you? That's pretty weird. Well, I got busy and got all my stuff hooked up last night so that I had all my levels and things, but I didn't plan on this one. I don't have... This is the micro trigger. Yeah. Here's the mini trigger. It also is not plotting. Why not? What did I do? What did I break? I've been having a lot of weird behavior with Bookmap, with IRT lately, frankly. We opened gap up here. We opened at 6908. Oh, 6908 right in here. And we should be plotting. I'm not sure what the hell's going on here. View period. Last 50 days, change view period, scroll. Okay. Well, boy, that's weird. I don't know what to think here, boys and girls. This is pretty freaking weird. Over. This is the MES. I don't even think the regular chart's not working properly. I'm not getting any plotting over here. Let's see what's going on with the data, maybe. How weird is that? Panda, come on, Dad's got a problem here now. You can sing to Antonio later. Yeah. I don't know what to think here, boys and girls. But this is exactly why I'm on micros, and this is a live account. Come on. You don't need to eat anymore, you big tubby. Yeah. I can't go out there and fetch you when I'm going. Well, let's see now. I guess we'll put the charts over here on the actual MES. Set up to trade. Oh, what happened here now? Let me point something out to you, which is really important. I switched to the ES to, confirm everything was plotting normally over here. And notice that the trade control panel went off. Now, the minute you change instruments, you need to reconfigure the trade control panel as you had it before. Can be kind of disappointing if you go to trade and it's not available. Now, it will, the multi-brackets doesn't change, okay, or shut off, but the trade control panel does. And they've obviously closed the gap because here was a previous RTH high, I thought, somewhere around here. Yeah, I got it. Oh, here we go. Now all of a sudden it's plotting. Why was it not plotting before? So here we have the MES. Not much of a gap, it's closed. Okay, there's the IB high, the IB low. There are no pullback or continuation zones plotting. Why is that? Well, think about it for a second now. These are based on the initial balance statistic. There is not an initial balance statistic until 9:30. At 9:30, these lines will magically start happening. Okay, let's save this. This is kind of I apologize for being a little, I got tired last night getting this straightened out and been up since about 5 this morning working on it again. And I'm old, so cut me some slack. Let's see now. And the most important things I want to be sure of is that this says 0 symbols. I don't know if you were around last week or not, but well, we lost the data. No rhythmic data for 22 minutes. Restart the data. Have we lost our... no. What the hell is this? Heartbeat. Okay, we got the heartbeat back. I think what I'm going to do here is move away from the IRT for a minute. You see how the heartbeat gives you some indication that you're getting somewhere? I'm going to save all, restart completely. Get back over here to bookmap. This is not fun. Save all, close, exit and close. I'm going to restart IRT because I've been doing a lot of changing around over there. Well, let's see now. We have an IB high up here and an IB low down here, and they don't, either one of them look very, very damn right. The volume profile didn't seem to want to do what it was supposed to do at the correct time. There we go. Now that's about right. Jesus Christ. It reset all of a sudden this morning at 7:30 instead of 8:30. I guess nobody told Bookmap that we had daylight savings. I don't, beat the hell out of me. All right, let's try this again. The most important thing to remember here is that you just take a deep breath and stand back. The last thing you want to do is start trying to catch up and fire off trades when nothing's happening correctly. Any kind of issues. I am real particular about that. I'm also real curious why in the hell the line didn't change color. last night it did. I don't know. I wanted to have it gray or a different color in the micros just as a visual. Uh-oh, wrong instrument. But, you know, Blue Boy has persevered, I guess. Do I have Blue? Now watch this. I'm going to go like this, and we're going to lose our thing. We've got Blue Boy. Okay. Columns change. We're higher outer range, I suppose. Yes, we were. So we'll just change this column title to higher outer range. Freaking gap up again. And I'm not even going to worry about it. I'll catch up with all the gap up highs and lows and crap over here. We've already closed it, so it's not like it's a big deal. Okay. Excuse me, back here. Now we got to do this thing again. This is obviously a really important safety feature. What are we doing now? We don't know. I don't have any trades to worry about, obviously, because of the wonderful things it does. Because I'm focused on the initial balance trades, which I have vetted, and when are the initial balance trades in play? Only after the initial balance statistic sets, which is 9:30. So I have a few moments here to try to get my old self together. Big gap there in the data, and this is not pleasing to me. Let's go here. Loading data. What would you say the context of the day is? Well, I don't think there ought to be any question in anybody's mind that the context, gap up, close the gap, got accepted in price, traded all the way across value. That is the quintessential definition of gap rules. 57.30. And I'm still jacking with this stupid thing. Gap, the quintessential real old time definition of gap rules are that if we open in a gap, whichever direction, and we close the gap relatively early in the session, which we did, and if price is accepted in previous value, we have a 90 something or another % probability of trading all the way across that value at some point in the day. We've already done that in the first, 30 minutes or 28 minutes or something. So there you go. Gap rules to the rescue. And now I'm going to download the full session data. See if everybody's okay now. Had more freaking trouble. This is, as I said, this is a live brokerage account, funded brokerage account. So I'm a little bit, obviously I'm a little bit, I want to be damn sure everything's working right. I don't think that's too much to ask. Okay, move this a little bit. I see it's a little screwy over here. I don't like that either. There we go. Yeah, I know. Crazy. Half off the wall. I learned it all in the Navy, or however that song goes. Okay. Yeah, oh no, didn't reset this one yet. So there we go. Okay. So far, so good. Looks like everything's okay in the mini department. No, micro department. Oof. How about the mini department? Let's get over here to minis and have a look, see what's going on over here. Once this, I was able to log on. I had an issue. What the hell is this? I had an issue with logging on last night. Being able to log on both. What the hell? Ah, man. Not pretty. Not pretty. Why this does this sometimes, I got no idea. But I'm not liking what's happening here with IRT lately. I can't quite believe that that's correct. Is it? On the MES? Look, I mean the NASDAQ? That only that much volume so far? Where are we? NASDAQ. Yeah, 158,000 contracts only traded since last night. Jesus Christ. What happened there? Wow. Look at that. That's pretty crazy. Are you watching it? Yeah, you are. Okay. Well, here we are for that one. So let's save this thing now. If this stupid, I don't know why that happens. It's got something to do with the computer and the mouse, I guess. I don't know, but it's not a good thing, obviously. Let's get back to here. These are wireless mice, which is really handy, but I maybe need to go to, maybe I would be more consistent with a, wow, that's pretty crazy in the micros too. Huh. Well, micro, high, low. So our should be around 68, 69-ish. That's about right for the IB low. Okay. The IB high is about correct, so I guess that part's okay. Save this one now. I guess you can figure out what I'm doing is just going real slow here and being completely cautious, waiting for that first hour to go by. Hopefully this trigger's now got its shit together a little bit. Let's do the data some more. Let's do the data one more time. The idea here is I want to be completely organized, that everything's right, the data is correct, the levels are plotting as expected, so that I can contemplate trading. Lost pretty much track on the usual stream. I apologize, but hey, shit happens. What can I tell you? What's the priority? The priority is account preservation and making money. This is a live funded account. That's why it's on micros. Imagine if all of this drama was going on in like last week with IRT firing off orders whenever it felt like it. In a live account with minis, where every tick's $25 plus commission, and the round turn per contract is on a mini is $4.25 per contract. You trade a 2-lot, that's 4 ways, right? That's $18, I think. All right, Now I'm going to be real. I'm going to save this thing. Okay. I can narrow these down like that. RT has a lot of pretty handy features you can use. You can, adjust the width of the candles and the space between them, and with your mouse and your keyboards or whatever else. Okay, so we're set up. We're on the micros. We know what's going on here. We got the IB low down here. Looks like it's pushed across pretty much identically to Bookmap. Micros, there's our IB low, which just got exceeded. Our IB highs up here where it belongs. The overnight volume point of control is there, and that's great. Because you notice that the overnight volume point of control is a more muted yellow. The RTH sessions are brighter yellow. So that's pretty quick. These will align. Remember that the point of control is nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in the RTH session, we've traded 2,946 contracts at 82.75. The very second that any level trades 29.47, this thing's going to move there. Simple. And as soon as we get some volume down here greater than 50.16, the two will align. If that makes any sense, or if you care. I don't know. Me don't know. Okay, and correctly speaking now, I should not have any of those pullback or continuation zones up here. That's good. Here's Antonio's favorite VPOC migration trade. I've pretty well vetted the IB trades in as far as I'm concerned, Antonio. If you got any suggestions, I've also put this in static. Any suggestions about the next setup to vet? Obviously, there can be tweaks, and optimization on where it's at, but it seems like it's working pretty well. So I'm going to move on. I want to get at least two, two-way setups. I don't know about our old favorite migration there. Everybody in there is talking about VPOC migration all the time in static. And it's funny to read it because they're all over the board with the criteria, just as we've discussed a lot of times. Who the hell can miss where the yellow line's going? But tell me what you do with it after that. Right now, it would have been a slam dunk. Migration short. They're working out perfect, but, I wish I had $1 for every time that happened or didn't happen, and I'd be rich. Okay, I'm going to jump over here to the micro trigger, and hopefully that will do something. Okay, so now why won't you save? Huh. I don't like it when IRT gets all pensive. Here are the pullback and continuation zones from the previous RTH session. We are in the RTH only. Micros. Obviously, we haven't passed 9:30 yet, so there is no session lines plotting nor signals. So we'll see how this works out. Now, the trading list is 0. That's a good thing. Got a delay up here because I'm moving the mouse around, I guess. That's irritating. Shut that stupid thing off. Okay. Hopefully it's got its, everybody has their shit together here. I can offer no explanation for why this morning at 7:30 the volume profile reset on Bookmap. Beat the hell out of me. I have IRT, I have Rhythmic running in admin mode, and I need to do that because I have it set to update the clock to the Rhythmic time server, market time or whatever you call it, every 2 minutes. So I can't imagine that the damn thing can get out of sync, but for some reason I can find no place in Bookmap where I can manually say update the damn clock, or why it doesn't just automatically update continually or make sure it's all in sync with the computer clock. I don't get it. But that's all I can explain. That's the only thing I can explain this drama with the volume profile, the RTH session. And of course, it's just me bitching because now it doesn't matter, right? Okay, now where am I? No more talk about Top Step. I'm tired of that. Something to point out here about our general environment. And that is here's our there was our news out at the top of the hour. So we have two hits, ISM and well, the S&P was a little bit better on the PMI, and the ISM was not substantially. So one's up, one's down. That's pretty good, huh? What I was getting ready to talk about here is the what's important for us as traders. And that is that we are continually aware of and plan for, mitigate risk. That's why we have these reports and why we go over them every day. We all know that it's the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning. We'll have the non-farm payroll. We can plan for that. We can mitigate that. We can make sure we're out of the market or whatever the hell your plan for the non-farm or for any of these 3-star or greater numbers comes to play. Same way with over here. Now, unfortunately, or fortunately, maybe, depending on how you look at it, I guess, we're in a situation which is unique to me in my trading history, where we have a huge critical risk potential that we know nothing about. There's no way to predict it. It's not scheduled in any way. It's got, and I'm saying this to make sure it's understood here that this is in no way any kind of a political comment. When I say it's an unrealized risk or whatever, that's exactly what it is. And it is not political, and it's got nothing to do with anything, but anybody that's conscious will have to realize this right here was a 227-point drop in the ES based on a tweet which came out at 10 o'clock in the morning, had no corroborating evidence, was not backed up by any other news, and in turn, and it ultimately turned out to be completely wrong, completely false, just a random tweet tantrum. But look at the impact on the market. Now that is an unanticipated critical risk, or unscheduled, or whatever you want to call it. Unknown critical risk. And it's not anything political. It's the frickin' facts right there. Therefore, earlier today, I said, you want when figuring out your your package for the risk neutral trading, the first criteria that you have to be really, really aware of with your stop loss placement, et cetera, or the size of your stop loss, is your risk parameters for your account. Now, if you didn't have a stop loss in the market, could your account handle that loss? You know, that's what I'm talking about. I know. Well, I hope that these morons in DC are back to work. I'm relatively sure that the first Friday of this month, which is going to be coming right up into this week, the non-farm payroll will be coming out at 7:30. And that is the biggest market mover of them all, except for some random unknown tweet or whatever, input, whatever, and from whomever. We're in an environment in the world today where there's a lot of random crap that can happen, and it has a big, big impact on our trading market. So your job as a trader is to limit your risk. And in so doing, I believe, trade only A+ setups. Limit your exposure, limit the exposure of your account to the market. And by all means, trade with brackets, stops, and targets. And if you're trading a live account, make, as I am in this today, make damn sure that your bracket orders, stops, and targets are server side, not your computer side. Just another thing to think about. So here we go. Now we're 9:15. We don't have any. What am I doing here? Let's get somewhere. Okay, 9:15. We continue to sell off. What would you say the context is today? Is there any possible question? The context is south. What would you expect to trade? Which direction would you think was more likely to have a positive outcome? I hope that's a rhetorical question. So the IB trades, which I think I need to now talk about. Oh, I'll make that a 20. Okay, I'm sorry, that guy still hasn't updated the plugin for OBS, and so I'm having to do the chapters manually. And they're real important because, I mean, the stream is 7 hours minimum every day. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm not going to sit and listen, in the evening, sit and listen to 7 hours of this, of me trading, talking, the music playing, I'm doing something else. If I've got a trade and I want to see what happened or what happened at the, the open or what happened, whatever, I want to be able to jump there. And that's why the chapter markers and the timestamps are so important for me and you and everybody else. I mean, and that, I don't know if I mentioned it, but one of the reasons I stream to YouTube is because I can review these streams on any device, which is really handy. These are 2 stand-up desks in an L here, and I'm standing here from before 6 every morning until at least usually 20 to 2100 every evening. So that makes for a long day for an old man. Old cowboy from Montana. How the hell did I get here? Well, sometimes when you sit and look back at your life and you wonder, how the hell did that happen? It's amazing. Truly amazing. So anyway, I think that covers it. Now we're going to, it's time to start thinking about the initial balance. And one other thing about Blue Boy and the keeping the market or the entire session in view. I have a firm understanding and relationship with context every day, all day. If I anticipate interacting with the market, in other words, trading, I can zoom in as tight as I want to get with Bookmap at that point. But what's most important, that you understand what in my opinion, understand what the context is. Now, it's a little easier for me because I have both screens in front of me all the time. So I can see the migrating VPOC, and I can see the volume profile, and I can see context a little bit better. But I tend to focus a lot on Bookmap, so that's why I have it set the way I do. And now let's talk about the initial balance trade. Well, there are only two. There's initial balance continuation and the initial balance failure. However, there is no trade or setup or anything else until the initial balance statistic has been taken. What is that? Well, we know by definition the initial balance high and low are nothing more complicated than just a marker of the high and low of the first 1 hour of trade, of the 1 hour of the RTH session. Let me rephrase that. So there's no statistic until 9:30, which is in another 8.5 minutes. Okay? There is a quite high, hope this is working now, probability, it's greater than 97.6%. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 97.6% in all four open types that the initial balance high or low will be exceeded by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session today. Let me rephrase that and look over here. Here's the statistic. IB high or low. 97.6. This happens to be where we opened, higher out of range. 97.8, 98.5, 97.9%. So greater than 97.6% probability, price will revisit the overnight high or low at some point in the day in the RTH trading session after 9:30. That is the statistic. Okay, and of course there's the opposite of that. There's a 2.4% probability that we will not revisit either one, and that happens. Believe me, happened about a month ago. This is not 100%. None of them are 100%. It means there is a probability, a possibility that the opposite will happen. Remember that. Pretty important. Boy, out of habit, I just clicked that other one so quickly. All right, so having said that then, we're going to have the IB statistic set up in about 7 minutes. And that brings me to something that is really important to me, if I can find it here. Well, first of all, I guess let's quickly look at the let's quickly look at the backtest stuff. And the signals here for the IB trade. Okay. Now this is the micros, okay? That's something we're doing now because it's a live account. I hope I've made that clear enough. These are the session continuation, pullback, continuation zones. The way this backtest idea works is, and the backtest is similarly set up over here. This is minis still, not micros. And so these are the rules for the trading session. The levels on the chart absolutely in no way are connected to the trading session. In other words, the chart, even the backtest chart, or most importantly, the micro trigger, just this backtest chart, just cleaner, is simply for my visual confirmation that stuff is happening, signals or levels are happening when and where I expect them to. What I do now to forward test is once I get a signal in sequence A, B trigger, I take the trade on Bookmap manually. So there's no cross-pollination there. Okay, we've just, what have we done over here now? Oh, everybody's excited. We took out the IB. No, we did not. We've just extended the initial balance lower because it is only 925. This could go down 60 points if somebody says something wrong. There is no statistic. Okay, so what I'm going to do then is I'm going to look for the A signal, the B signal, and the trigger, which also reflect exactly the rules of the trading system, as do these levels, but there's no interconnection. What do those levels look like? Let's see if we can. There you go. Here's an A and a B and a trigger and a triggers. Okay. And I'll point out at the right now, I have no indication, I have no intention of refining these signal markers so that they only fire in sequence, etc. I know that I need to have an A, and then I need to have a B, and then I need to have a trigger. So, like I said, this is just for me for visual confirmation. There you go. Now, and we're going lower, big time. Oops, we're going lower big time. And we still don't have anything because it's not 9:30. At 9:30, these levels will start to plot instantly. And we'll look back at that here in a second. Every time these folks open their mouth, the market goes down. You'd think they'd learn to shut up, wouldn't you? Jeez. Okay. This Moran guy comes out of no place and is suddenly an expert on everything. He's just Trump's boy, you know. Doesn't even have the integrity to take his position in the Fed and quit and separate himself from the White House. He's still a White House employee. Amazes me. Simply amazes me. That is a statement of my opinion, having nothing to do with risk. But I mean, that the things that go on in the other stuff that, you know, does amaze me about the state of affairs we're in today. So here's our micro composite, which is the higher time frame. Micro charts, remember. And I hope that the mini levels are all pushing properly for the folks in everywhere that use them. If you, by any chance, by the way, could use these session prices, I've pushed them and make them available freely. No problem. Just let me know, you know, like, subscribe, drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up. A lot of people in TLab and Statistic and around use them. I start my systems up, and these levels are pushed continuously from 1700 on Sunday evening through 1600 Friday afternoon. So, you know, I push both micro and mini. So, Merry Christmas. Okay. Where in the hell are we now? We're getting close to, we're almost at that level. Now, we're very close to the IB low. We're very close to 930. Typically, I warn off about trading towards the statistic about this time of day. don't think. And now we are, technically, that has taken the initial balance statistic. Okay, because price has exceeded the initial balance exactly at 9:30 according to my stuff. So the low will no longer trade lower, and the high will no longer move up. We have taken out the IB statistic. You see that 9:30 has happened, and my continuation and pullback zones levels just appeared here on the chart. What does that mean? Well, that means we can go back over here to the micro trigger, and you'll notice that they just started plotting over here. There we are. Here we are. Here we are. Well, you can't see them yet, but trust me, they're there. There they go. There's one there, and there, and there, and there. So those levels are now plotting, and we can somebody can watch for the signals. Open this up a bit and start looking for A's and B's and C's. There's the IB low. How low can you go? And there you have it. In case you're wondering, well, okay, so we just took out the IB low. Why don't you have a signal? Because the rules are a little more specific. It's got to do with the previous, in the case of the IB statistic, it has to do with the previous bar and the open and the close. And in this case, the signal would be the open is higher than the close and higher than the IB, and the close is lower than the IB. So there we are. Why didn't it fire? Well, because the previous bar, the requirement of the previous bar to suggest context was that the open should be above the close. There you go. And there you have it. And those are the things that you can, those are the nuances of the setup and the rules that you can, it can be optimized till the cows come home, but pretty soon I think you have to just take the statistics and probabilities as they are, the R factor, the win rate, whatever, the risk to reward ratios, et cetera, and go from there. What I'm real concerned with now is that I've got this is a trading list, which according to Bill Lind, if this has 0 symbols in it, IRT will not send a trade anyplace. And that's pretty freaking important to me. Okay, now what happened? Nothing. So I hope it's clear what's going on here. And let's get back over to here. And there's our context. Should be pretty clear. We're getting down to this gapitosis here. We just closed the gap to the tick yesterday. We still have this one open. Oh boy, let's put 1,000,000% tariff on China. Oh well, oops, never mind. I will say that a move like this is kind of suspicious that the market was looking for any excuse to dump, to adjust their inventory, shake out a bunch of. Remember that the market is a zero-sum game, right? So every time somebody buys going up like this, somebody is selling to them. And how does that seller make money? I wouldn't say that tweet was necessarily wouldn't, if it happened right now, would it cause 227 points? I don't know. Let me point out a couple other things about the initial balance, which I'm not going to worry about the timestamps of this kind of thing, but there are, as I mentioned earlier, there's two trades associated with the initial balance. One is the initial balance or the IB failure, which means we come down, we take out the IB, we can't get any lower, and we trade back to the mean. So it's a fancy name for a mean reversion setup based on the IB. Outside in. Outside in. It is typically suggested in a balanced or rotational day. What do we have today? This is just about anything but balanced. This is directional, which is suggested by IB statistic taken out. We pull back up here. We continue the IBC or IB continuation trade. Those are the two. What am I doing? Well, I'm stalking them right now. I'm watching to see what's going to happen, and I'm looking for the signals because I'm not going to trade unless I have the three signals which have been pre-identified and back-tested away from the live market. In other words, actually vetted over 500 trading days, 720 trades, which is, not a lot, but it is, I would anticipate it is somewhat immune to random distribution. Now let's get back to our trigger chart here and see how many. Okay, here's a good example of signals, signal markers firing out of sequence, and I'm not going to bother trying to fix that. I'm trying to code that out. Meaningless. I know it's meaningless. Now you know it's meaningless. If I have an A, I have a B, and then I have a trigger, this would be up. But it isn't. So there you are. And you notice that these continuation zones and pullback zones push to bookmap. Continuation zone, pullback zone, continuation zone. Meaningless, okay? Doesn't do anything, but I try to give myself every advantage to not miss something and to be accurate, just like I have, as I was mentioning earlier. I'm watching this bookmap and I'm watching this all day long. I'm seeing the value or the IBs, the migrating VPOC, the VWAP, what's our profile looking like at the exact same moment that I'm looking at this on my left monitor. So this is a four monitor rack in front of me, 2 stand-up desks. And the lower two are these trading screens. So there you go. I thought about including both continuously in the stream, but these are 32-inch 4Ks monitors. So I think if I tried that, it would be such a little squiggle that you wouldn't be able to see anything, but I'm just guessing. I don't know. And in line with my trade plan, I will not enter any trade, even though I want to, because I'm itching to see how this works out. You know, if something goes wrong or whatever. Mechanically, I mean, there's always a possibility I'll go wrong, but mechanically, what I want to do is find out that we're not doing all this crap like last week with IRT and things. But I will not do anything during the live market with a live account, which this is, unless I have the signals. And when I do have the signals, it'll be automatic. I will enter manually, but I will do so automatically without discretion. When I have the signal, bang, I'll go. I won't, because that's important at this point to me. And of course, the next step is, well, if you want to, you know, if it's working that well, you could, IRT will send trades to the account. I mean, it will trade. So you could, if you wanted to be that brave and a boy or girl, you could set it, you know, test it out, make sure you're right, and then be an algo guy, algo trader. Have it, you know, go chase mama down and let the thing make you millions while you're rolling in the hay or something. I don't recommend that, of course, and I'm not nearly so cavalier as to think that would be a good idea. Look at these stops coming out of here. 100, 300, 177, 300. Wow. 200. Bam, bang, bang. Lots of boys and girls picking the bottom here, huh? So my philosophy is simple. I think I've outlined the trading rules that I have used to vet. The vet meaning statistically confirm that the setup and the specific rules have a positive expectancy. I think I've done that sufficiently. And that's what I'm going to trade, as I just said. Now, I don't have any, fortunately, or whatever, I don't have any discipline problem. I'm not going to, you know, I can't stop clicking the mouse. Well, you know, I can't stop over trading. How ridiculous is that? I mean, think about it. You're an adult, I assume. It's just, and I believe that if you approach it that way, you'll find that it is not nearly as hard as you know, people like to make it out to be. And I guess that's as good a time as any to talk about the world famous. Where are we for? 145 maybe? Okay. Sorry about that. I hope this fella gets that code fixed on the plugin. That would be super. So, you know, around that whole discipline psychology thing, I'm waiting for the time to click the hour and 45 minutes in so I can have the timestamps right. Sorry. The way this plugin normally works is I have all these set up with hotkeys and I just hit the hotkey and bang, away we go. Now I'm having to do it manually, so I'm trying to keep from jiggling the list around. Yeah, so the whole psychology thing, this is strictly my opinion, and remember, this is my stream, and I'm talking to myself because this is my journal. I'm talking to myself, and I'm allowing anybody that wants to listen and hopefully learn, and hopefully it's helpful, or laugh, or whatever. But we have been evolving as a species for thousands of years based on the fossil record. Whether you believe in creation or evolution is immaterial. And through that period of time, our monkey mind, I refer to it as, to the chagrin of the creationists, I suppose, has evolved with a lot of things which kept us alive, kept our ancestors alive, and allowed them to pass down their DNA or genetics to us. 1,000 years ago, if some two guys standing there and the grass wiggled and one of them backed off behind a tree to see what was there, risk averse, and the other one went over and kicked the grass, the one kicking the grass might have ended up something's lunch, which means that guy didn't pass down his DNA. We got the DNA of the risk adverse. Well, that's baked into your wiring. That monkey mind is part of you, and you're never going to eliminate it. That's FOMO. That's fear, which is fear of missing out. That's revenge trading. That's anger. That's desire to be right. All of those psychological things that the various psychological gurus, who I might point out, make their living by selling books and courses about psychology. All those things they point out to you. You're never going to get rid of them. Eliminate them. That's stupid. That's fool's game. What I believe you need to do is be continually aware of you, your state of mind, am I getting an adrenaline rush here? Is this FOMO? Whatever it is. And then you don't act on it because you're an adult. That's my approach. Do you make mistakes? Sure, sometimes. Been a long time since I FOMO'd into something. And I'm trying to eliminate the final criteria of discretion on this forward testing with these rules. That's why I said when I get the three signals, I will enter mechanically. I will enter automatically without discretion or thinking, not mechanically. So I hope that's clear. But think about it, and that's not to say that guys like Brett Steenbacher and those guys are not nice people and all this stuff. How do they make their money? Convincing you that you got a psychological problem and that trading's real hard and you better buy their course or their book. It's just like the influencers on YouTube, If they could make any money trading, they'd be doing that. Why in the Christ would you spend your time, effort, and all that they do putting these courses and all this stuff together on YouTube? If they're making $1 million a minute trading, why? Because they think they're so fond of you that they want to help you get better. Maybe they can't really trade and they want you, and the way they make money is YouTube. The way Brett Steenbacher makes money is probably selling books or courses. I'm sure he makes a lot of money. He's on staff or on call for SMB Capital, and those and they're not stupid. They understand that there's, I guess they do understand that there's psychological problems can be real. But I just think if you, as they would say where I grew up, pull up your boots or cowboy up, whichever way you want to go, and just, you're an adult, right? So, I'm an adult. I don't overtrade. I don't fall to FOMO. That's all I can say. And another thing that's probably worth pointing out now while I'm on this psychological thing, is trading, to approach trading as a statistical, consistently profitable business based on probabilities is about diametrically 180 degrees out of phase from a video game or an adrenaline rush or, all that stuff. It's stand here all day sometimes without a trade, without a signal. Get one signal. That's trading as a statistical business. It's not now, this is not something that epiphany I had. This is from the most successful traders in the world all agree that the statistics and probability is the way to go. I'll talk about it later, but anyway, let's see what happens. So we're coming up to, we've been across the IB 20 minutes. We've had the IB statistic officially taken out right here, but not by my trade signal requirement and rules. If you have some other way of doing it, and I used to just, okay, come down here, we couldn't get anywhere, we test up, we go up, we cuss back down, we can't get anywhere, go along, okay, great. But how do you standardize that and quantify it? Because it's discretion. You're making a discretionary judgment each and every time. And if you trade, this is probably important, this is not my way or the highway, my thinking here in the stream. This is what I'm doing, and I'm sharing that, hopefully to help. If, being 100% discretionary, click the shit out and wear out 2 mice a day clicking that bad boy makes you money and you're consistently profitable, absolutely do not change. Yeah, so there you go. And here we are. And what's happening to Triggerville over here? Nothing. Fresh pineapple back. That's pretty funny. There's a 13.0% probability that we get here. Previous RTH low. Right here. Only 53 times did we do that out of 409 occurrences where we opened higher out of range within a 1611 day data set. And I'm trying to figure out how to add more days to this data set. I'll get it up to 2,000 or so. I was just looking through some of these things to see what statistics I might want to add in there. This is not right. That would have been right there. Those changed. Got to remember that this is dynamic, right? So this is changing right into the open. Not me. Not me trading in that rear view mirror, baby. And don't get me wrong, I don't have some burning desire to prove myself as a successful trader. If YouTube would like to pay me a lot of money every month for a, couple hour stream, what a pleasure. I do take exception with the rearview mirror guys who just do nothing but blow smoke. And with complete disregard for the traders who are following them. And I guess I'd have to say I don't really know of any, prolific YouTube influencer, trading influencer person that does give a shit about the people who are following them, because most of them are showing, wrap Lambos and gold rollies and, I take this trade every day at 9 o'clock and I turn 50 cents into $9 gazillion. I've not bumped into any of them like that. Most of them were all, even though nice people, you seem like nice, on the surface, nice people, but how nice is a person that's a, lie and cheat, I guess. Like Matt, or it was funny and traded this and that. Never, you stop and think about it. Never had any, I don't care about numbers. I'm only going to do this. Had about an hour and a half or 2 hour stream, and it would be $3,000 underwater. And then the next morning was miraculously up on his account because, I jumped back on yesterday and made it all back. I mean, it seems so blatant to me, but man, people love it, I guess. And, pick one. I don't know. There's millions of them. I wonder how they do it, what the trick is that get people to think it's the real deal. There must be some group of people. I think there's two dynamics. One is that a group of people actually have some success, and then with the people like that follow ICT and those guys who are just blatant, complete bullshit nutcases, as far as I can see, has never been able to successfully trade, has only made all of his money on mentoring. And why would you want to pay for mentoring from somebody that can't do it? I don't know. But A lot of people do, and I think what happens is that after they've spent the money, they can't admit to themselves that they were just a chump. I guess. I don't know. Again, I have no idea, and I'm sorry for those who get hurt, and I have no respect for those who hurt them. First, that IT guy, boy, I heard him say some crazy shit. Jesus spoke to him and told him the algorithm that controls the market. I mean, wow. And has never successfully traded. Every time he's gotten in that Robbins thing or whatever, it's just gotten salt pounded in his ass each and every time, apparently. I'm sure there's people out there that are influencers and have something good to say and meaningful, to say. I'm sure of that. I would hope anyway. And YouTube doesn't care. It's all about the advertisers, I guess, because of the viewers or the subs. Near as I can tell. So, having said that, I'll slide my soapbox back under the desk here and try to keep going on. No signal. Yeah. Once again, this is live, funded account, and therefore I'm on the micros because of the magical crap that was happening last week with IRT. Boo. Oh. And I'm not saying that it's a problem with IRT. I'm saying it was a most likely operator error of some sort, but I don't care what the reason is. I don't want to have real money, go up in smoke for any reason that I don't plan on, that I haven't done intentionally or know about. You understand where that's coming from. And here we have finally aligned the full session volume profile, which is that more muted yellow, volume POC, with the RTH. We've now aligned right here. So there's 5,419 of them. It must have been, 5,000. So we got 419 contracts, and down she came. Same way with the POC every time. And now we're doing the dipsy doodle down here. We're going to do-side-do a little bit here. A square dance, maybe. Who knows? 10 o'clock. Got a lot of lines going on here, don't we? Remember that this is a pullback zone, a continuation zone. These are part of the trigger story on my other chart, which add to the confusion over here. They wouldn't apply if, for example, with my range requirement, it wouldn't impact it. Well, this is fun. And I hope that I'm getting everything pushed out to whoever needs it pushed to them. Level-wise, let's see what's going on. Anybody's screaming about anything? I think I used to get notifications when somebody would do some sort of a thing. Boy, there's always some new guy who wants to be the expert. Now they've got a new guy, DM Trader, and Top Step is quite prolific. And it used to be a guy named something, what was his name? Oh, Matt B or something. He used to post it all the time. I haven't seen him post anything for a long time. I guess it's just human nature. I was actually I learned market profile from a guy named Jim Pendlebury, and he had a room back. This is in the days of webinars and WebEx and whatever else. He had some live room hooked up way before YouTube ever thought of being. And Murad Askar, who's the world famous FT71, was in there learning market profile, and tried to take over the room, and Jim kicked him out and all that stuff. Pretty funny. And I've actually heard FT comment about that once on, I think, Big Mike. He said, "Yeah, I was completely wrong once when I was in a chat room. You have to be real careful about your ego and this kind of stuff." So I'll give hats off to him for recognizing and admitting that. He didn't name names, of course, and nor should he have. But a lot of water under the bridge. Lots of water under the bridge, he said. What are we doing here, boys and girls? Let's mosey around now. This is my usual, I don't know what to do about some of these charts. This is the average volume, so we're 106% volume average for this time of day, which I find a little hard to believe. On the ES. And our ATR is about 3.5 points, which would be right in line with the bracket. I find that kind of hard to believe. ES, remember, not the micro. So let's see. Oh, yeah, that would be right. There's 629,000 up here. And the micro ES is 546. That's kind of unusual. There's usually more micro than mini just because of the price. Okay, I don't think I'm correctly set up here. I always like to have blue boy in view, of course, and then can't do that again. Can't do that for the range. What I want to do is I like to have 1 point price ladder. And boy, do I wish I could just set the damn thing. It won't do it. Gives me shit every time. It looks to me like the closest I can get's $1.25. Because of the range, I guess. That's irritating. I like to have it at a point so I know keeps my perception of the scale correct. It's pretty close, $1.25, but you know, if you understand what I'm saying or get what I mean. And as you might imagine, if you've been listening, following along at all, we are right smack dab in the middle and a long way from any of the signal stuff, elements. Boop, nothing. Boop, nothing. And what's this line? This is the POC. I don't have all the, you know, crazy stuff in here. This is the ETH stuff. Session price-wise. Try to keep it as clean as I can. Sensory overload. Some of these folks that are just, I mean, my hat's off to them if they can make any sense out of it. Some people with like 1,000 VWAPs and all this kind of stuff going on a chart, and all, even with Bookmap with all the bubbles and lines and levels and colors, and I can't even, some people post stuff and I can't see the price. I mean, my hat's off to them. They're trading and I'm making no comment one way or another. It's just I am not able to deal with that. I can't use that. Try something different from epidemic here. Dia de Muertos. What kind of compilation that is. Maybe that's not a good underlying theme for trading. Pretty good, pretty trumpet though. My office is silent, so if I want to monitor this at all, music or anything at all, I have to put on my headset. So if it's too loud or stupid or whatever, let me know something in the chat. Well, what's happening now? Well, this stuff at 1800 is going to be interesting, I'm sure. And what they're going to end up with here pretty quick is a B-shaped profile, which is, in market profile world, a long liquidation environment. B. As opposed to a P, which, according to folklore, is a short covering. And what would you think is happening here? I'm not sure with this selling, and this selling, how we have longs living down here, other than there is a lot of irrational exuberance with traders, investors just, on crack. The only way I can explain it. The minis, same story, obviously. Oh man, come on. And this is how the day goes. First your money, then your clothes, right? Yesterday, or Friday, hey, 9:30. And I've explained why this was not an A signal. We didn't have a B signal either, but you know, we did have a trigger. So had this thrown an A, and either one of these come down a little bit lower into this pullback, into the continuation zone. Oh no, I'm sorry, I'm all backwards here. This is a failure. So we got up here and didn't get a B. We would have gotten our trigger here and gone long into this. But you know, that's like woulda, coulda, shoulda. We didn't get an A, we didn't get a B, and therefore we don't have a trade. Easy. Easy peasy. Got a spare monitor up here on my upper that is not really being used much. I could change that D port cable to my trading machine and use that for something else maybe. Right now I've got my two uppers on a separate computer and my two of my lowers and one on my left desk on the trading machine, and then one more monitor around the corner on my old standby workstation. You know, Outlook and all that stuff. Well, one thing about the transparency and the accountability here, I guess, while we're watching the market go by, is notice that I stream the entire monitor, not just the application, so you can see any programs that are open. You can also see my computer clock, hour, minutes, seconds, and the date, and all that stuff, for just to contribute to the transparency and the accountability. Okay, this is nuts. This is the stuff that happens when you're a disciplined professional, or at least statistically based trader. I don't have any trades to take that aren't vetted. Why do I want to vet more trades? So, I have more opportunities. I'm trying to figure out what that opportunity should be, whether it's a mean reversion trade or I don't know about this VPOC migration. That's got real mixed results in my history. And one of the things about the mean reversion trade is if you continually, what is this mean reversion trade? Say you took it long right here. What is that? Well, it's a counter trend trade. And the trend context has been remarkably down. So I think I need to come up with something that is more, keeps me more in alignment with the context. Like here, see? Mean reversion, outside in. That is by definition a mean reversion trade. But what is it really? It's big time counter trend trade. Or counter context, or whatever, however you want to put it. And another thing that you need to, a trap that a lot of traders fall into is, okay, you start jumping down in your time frame. So here we are. Here we have a VWAP mid, low volume node. We're gonna mean revert around this little distribution. Okay, what is that really? 68, 64, 81. That's 6 handles. There's no possible way you got enough meat on the bone to trade that, and that's just kidding yourself into thinking that there's something there. I believe. It is for me anyway. Oops. I'm busy looking at the wrong thing. From here to here, right? Mean reversion. What is it? Well, that's not much of it is a mean reversion around this distribution, but the whole damn thing is only 6 handles wide. Oh, I'm sorry. 15 handles wide. Oops. Still. And where's the meat on the bone? You've got
In my world, the range requirement says that I need to have a unobstructed path to my risk neutral scale, which doesn't exist anyplace here. Here it would. So yeah, that's just, you know, the risk neutral or the range requirement. How to get to a stupid thing is, you know, it used to be a hard code in my plan. It's more of the discretion, but really, if you stop and think about it, every one of these price levels here, or these obstacles, is an opportunity for price to react. You see it happening here and here, and I mean here, all day long. Well, if you're trying to get risk to minimum your risk neutral scale, if you say you're following this methodology, you need to have 3 points between from your entry to your first risk neutral scale. And then on top of that, you have to remember that your goal as a trader here is not to scratch. Your goal is the profit target. So is that a possibility? How are you going to get there? Important, I think. Excuse me. Well, Remember, once again, this is live trading, real money, brokerage account, why it's on the micros. Well, I'm sure that everything is functioning properly, and I will not be able to test that until I put on a trade, which I will not do until I have a signal. So, until I have the trade set up. Kind of fortunate, but that's the way it goes. Last week I had quite a bit of surprising behavior out of IRT. So I want to be sure that I'm not unpleasantly surprised at some point. I would, my opinion is we're having accelerated volume here. Let's see if I'm even remotely right. Probably not, who knows? Yeah, right on 100% for the ES. Let's see if we can change this, which I know we can. MES supply. Okay. Oh, pretty slick how IRT works pretty slickly. Now, according to this, we're 86.9% for the MES at this point in time. Let's look at our, whatever the hell you call them. Let's look at the ATR here. Well, and the ATR is running about 3.25. I thought we were a little higher, actually. I thought we were closer to 100%, which we are on the on the ES. No signals, nobody left on third. Remember that technically speaking, we have taken the IB statistics, so that's off the table. from a point of view of my statistics, my signals, my back-tested trades, nothing's happened yet. I have no trade has presented itself. Everything seems to be putting along here, which is pretty wonderful. Have to be real careful of this column right here, because that's any accidental click over here can either put you in a trade or an arresting order that you didn't plan on. For the longest time, as I was converting from keyboard trading to the mouse here, I only used the dome columns because I figured, pretty slim possibility I'll make a mistake over there. The reason I switched from the keyboard, which incidentally you can use in either trading type, dome or chart, you have to have the hotkeys set up, of course, in advance, and you have to have the focus of the computer on the bookmap application, which is that's normal for all Windows OS stuff. Obviously, that's not a thing when you use the mouse, because when you use the mouse, you're clicking on the bookmap app and there's the focus. So there you go. But it's, I believe that it's trading with your mouse, especially in this column, the data column, is faster and more accurate for me. You can do similar over here, but I need to be watching. I'm watching price over here and the price ladder as opposed to where the chart's been going. Yeah, I realize there's a workaround, but why don't I just do this? And that's what I'm doing. Oops. And that's what I'm doing. I'm busy talking here and not looking at the right screen. I think that it's, I was talking about here, mouse trading in this active data column. You just have to be really careful. When you see that $sign, if you're quick enough to recognize it, that means you're in the trading column, that means you're in the active data column where you can't trade. Any mouse thing you do over here is, nobody cares. These days start to be frustrating to me because nothing to do. And I've been standing here for many hours now. And it seems that invariably when I step away to go, rest my eyes, take a walk down the street, get some fresh air, take a nap, whatever, that's when all hell breaks loose and everything I was standing here looking for happened. But if I don't do those things, and then if I don't do those things, then I'm not firing on all cylinders when the time arrives, right? And I'll get to say something about that here in a second. Boy, I hope that fella fixes this damn thing soon, and he may not ever planning on doing that, I don't know. Or I can find an alternative. Oh, I see something. That's pretty weird. My OBS is running about 3 or 4 seconds behind the computer. I don't understand how the hell this happened to me. What I was going to talk about was You need to realize that the most expensive tool, valuable tool you have in your trading office, setup, however you want to look at it, rig, is sitting on your side of the monitor. Think about that for a minute. All the time and effort you spend and money, this monitor and that monitor this and mixer that and microphone something else and trading software and charting and all this stuff. All of that input is processed by your eyes and your brain, which are absolutely dependent on you and your health. And then your eyes and your brain process that data and make financial decisions that affect you and your family. And very few people, that's the last thing most people pay attention to. You need to be sure that every couple of hours you get up, walk around, get some, ideal is to go outside, get some natural light, focus down the street, loosen the, let the short focus muscles of your eyes relax and get some UV, which is good for your eyes a little bit. And then also through the day, I'm on stand-up desk here, so I can do squats or got some barbells and stuff. I can try to work out through as I'm watching the charts. That you got to do something to keep yourself fit and hydrated, and make sure you're well rested. Make sure you're not on emotional tilt. Would you trade if your charting platform was not up? No. How about your data flying in and out? The other day when AWS went down, would you just throw on a trade and hope for the best? Of course not. Well, you need to make sure that your main trading tool is working at optimum conditions, and that's you. So you need to be sure that you breathe continually. Short, shallow breathing while you're standing here looking at the charts is terrible for you. Hypoxia, I think is what it's called. Anyway, that's, there you go. Words from Grandpa. Advice. But it's the truth. Think about it for a minute. You wouldn't trade if any element in your trading rig was running halfway. You wouldn't get in your car with a tire, blown out tire, or running on 6 cylinders. You wouldn't do any of that stuff. But yet people get, all emotionally out of whack and dehydrated and no sleep and whatever else, and figure they're going to come make a shitload of money trading against the top of the top. I mean, this is the NBA or however you want to look at it. This is the top, of the sport, of the professions. We're competing against BlackRock, the algos, You better be on your A game as humanly possible as you can. That's my opinion again. And have a positive mindset and be disciplined. And be a big boy or girl. Easy. That whole part is easy. Once you just realize that that's what you're doing, that's not a problem. I don't do that. I'm an adult. I don't do that thing. Big deal. Big difference. I'm not saying trading is easy, but I'm saying that, if you approach it from a statistical business point of view, consistent profitability, not video game or gambling, it's a hell of a lot, wouldn't want to say easy, but less emotionally disturbing, easier emotionally, for sure. Psychologically. And in fact, if you approach it really in that content, it is easy because you know that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. You know that you have a statistical probability on the setups that you vetted, and you know that when you have that setup rule hit, you put that trade on, and you're just as likely to have it go one way or the other, right? It'll win or it won't. It's a 50-50 outcome. So the whole idea is to apply or, the law of large numbers. She said. Oh, this is terrible, man. It's that paint dry deal. I wonder what they're waiting for. Likely nothing. Just we do have. This is something interesting. Let's have a look. Okay. Boy, I wish they'd get rid of that guy. I don't want to watch him. Investing.com, again, you can filter it however you want. I like the presentation. Basically the same calendar function as Financial Juice over here. I prefer this one, I guess, just a habit. Now, this does not add, they don't seem to be able to add new events. Like Financial Juice has got this Trump stuff down here. So, shoot your best shot. But what's important is to look at, we should be going to have non-farm payroll this week. If we don't, this will be the third month that we have not had it, if I'm not wrong. Or the second month, it was, rescheduled a couple of times last month. I don't know. So let's look at Friday. No. There's no non-farm payroll scheduled. And that doesn't make any sense. I guess it's because of the, we got Michigan, that's for sure, that's private. That's pretty crazy. Non-farm productivity is up here. Initial jobless is up here. Why wouldn't non-farm? It's the first Friday of every month. And unless I'm wrong, this will be the first Friday of November. I don't think I can. I guess next week. Here we go. And let's look at next month if we can. Deal with it. Well, I'm at a loss here. I don't know what to say. Non-farm payroll should definitely be scheduled for next week, or the end of this week, this Friday at 7:30 p.m. Damn, Jesus Christ. Sorry about that. Ooh, look at us go. What happened here? Ooh, exciting. What? Well, maybe not. Maybe not so much of anything, It looks like a big deal. It looks like a pretty big deal when you see this kind of thing and then this, right? That's why, for me, range is so important over here. And scale. Doesn't that look like a lot of shit going on, a lot of movement? You look over here and it's, well, what's the big deal? We're just going around the mulberry bush here. Important to keep a sense of scale. That's why I want to see Blue Boy. And I would prefer to have only 1 point here, and we have 1.25 points. Meaning that there is now 5 ticks inside of each one of these increments instead of 4. I wish, and I say this every time, I could just set this to be a point, and it would be. That would be so pleasing for me. One of the problems I find with Bookmap, or you can get zoomed way, way, way in too close. You have no idea where it's been, where it's going. You know, it's just very scurry and blurry way in there. So we are just in that rotational period, and if somebody's taking these rotations and making money, that's great. If they say it's a structured or a vetted trade, I would ask them to, well, that's really great. Could you show me or point me to that data? What is vetted over how many trades? You know what I mean? Any kind of the criteria that would be required to vet a trade. And I've asked that question a lot in the TLab, frankly. And nobody answers. Nobody can answer because it's just part of the vernacular. They just say that. And it's really not the truth. What I understand. Now we're at 3 point. That's because Blue Boy's in there. I have not, as I said in the pre-market and I've repeated a time or two along the road here, I have not approached the back testing for the micros. I haven't switched that gear over, but now's a good time to talk about trading as a statistical business rather than a video game or gambling. Because that's what I am attempting to do. That's my goal. And the way you do that is the following. First, have to realize that this is a random environment. There are millions of traders voicing or expressing their opinion one way or the other. There's no way you can really quantify or predict that. And everybody that does this, much more professional and intelligent than I, agree that that's correct. And I'm actually parroting what they have discovered. So it's a random environment. Another fact that a lot of traders don't like, the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. Irregardless of anything that's happened previously. And that brings up a saying that we all hear and probably few people pay attention to. I think a lot of people think it's lawyer speak, and in reality it's statistical. Past performance is not indicative of future results. The outcome of all this, all of this history has nothing to do with the outcome of the next trade. It is a different, completely separate set of data. And if you just look at it and think about it, the market is a coin flip. It's 50-50. It's binary. It can either go up or down. It doesn't go at an angle. It doesn't have time. You know, we put horizontal movement on it with time, but the market just stands here and goes up and down and up and down and up and down. That's all it does. Ticks up, ticks down. That's it. The sooner you understand that or come to peace with that, I think the better off it is. So what do you do to approach it as a statistical business? Well, and what I've done and what I believe you do, and because that's what the most successful traders in the world have realized. You identify something, pattern, level, whatever, that happens frequently with clearly identifiable specific parameters that validate the entry for that. Now I've done that over here with these rules. There's only, there's 3 rules for each one of these trades, up or down. And that's about as specific as you're going to get, I think. And then, So what do you do then? Well, after you have established that, identified them, you capture a statistically significant data set of that specific entry and those criteria, and determine mathematically if it has an edge or not, or expectancy. If it does, you trade it every time it presents itself in the live market, and you rely on the law of large numbers to compound that expectancy to your bank account. Simple, actually. And it's true that it is that simple. The work is put in identifying the setup, the criteria, and then capturing enough data to be statistically significant. And by that I mean outside the likelihood or the possibility of random distribution. And that is real simple to understand. Random distribution, everybody knows a coin is 50-50. A coin flip is 50-50. If you flip a coin 10 times, I don't think anybody is amazed that they will have more heads than tails or more tails than heads. That's random distribution. Flip that coin 1,000 times and it's going to be pretty close to 50-50. Now, what I ended up doing and what I ended up discovering was, if you try, in my case only, if I tried to manually identify enough trades to be, say, even just 100 trades, that would take a long time, and you have to be really precise about the signals. That's why I came up with these specific signals, and why I coded this trigger chart, or the backtest chart, which is the same thing. I wanted to be able to identify specifically and accurately if the signals and the triggers were being hit or met, or whatever you want to call it. And humans have a hugely, phenomenally overdeveloped sense of finding patterns in the middle of randomness. You know, that's just part of our monkey mind, you know, being able to spot or think we spotted a leopard in the middle of a bunch of grass. So I had to come up with a specific set of rules that were, without question, I could identify visually. Did this happen when and where I think it happens? Then I was able to take that to this trading system, which are these specific rules. Every line on this chart and every trading signal accurately reflects each one or of these rules. This doesn't interact or connect with this, but gives me the opportunity to visually confirm it. Then you can backtest it. And when you backtest it, you can determine your expectancy, etc. And I recommend using a backtest tool like this one, like IRT, because I can backtest 500 days and it takes 2 or 3 seconds. The computer goes across every 1 minute bar for the last 500 trading days and evaluates every one of these rules across every one of those bars, one at a time. And then you can get a fairly accurate statistical look at it. And this is not just something I dreamed up. As I said, I have recognized what I discovered from the best hedge fund managers and traders in the world have all come to this conclusion that this is what you need to do. And if you listen to any of them talk long enough, you'll hear them talk about occurrences, data set, law of large numbers, probabilities. That's what they're talking about. And I mean, you know, Ray Dalio, Paul Tudor Jones, Tom Sosnoff, Tom the Trader, pick one. You know, the best. Jim Simmons. So that's why I am doing this. And Tom in the Traders Lab, his whole thing is about vetted trade, do the homework, I mean, that's his whole shtick, basically. So it's really important to understand and do that. I don't have a trade. I haven't taken one. Am I monitoring the trade? Yeah, I'm doing that. I'm also trying to do other stuff to, help myself. Not to be somewhat productive. For example, I'm doing squats and, some curls and stuff. I'm working on the health idea. I'm watching the market. I'm confirming continually, roaming through the, circling through these charts to continually make sure that IRT and Bookmap are functioning the way I expect them to with this live account. Yeah. Would love to have a signal and put on a trade, because that's going to allow me to establish that everything is really working in the reason we're here, right? Not just to watch the market go by. Oh, that's the shtick about that. That's trading as a business, not a video game or gambling. Incidentally, in case you didn't realize it, or take it to the next step, that is exactly the business model of the gaming industry, and why it's called the gaming industry, not the gambling industry. Because the casino, the house, does not gamble. They play a game theory, based on statistics and probabilities. The gamblers are the yahoos on the other side of the table, because they don't have a clue. They have no method or rhyme or reason or anything else. They got a hunch, or a gal with big boobs telling them do this or whatever it is, A casino plays no game on the casino floor which they have not pre-identified, an expectancy, an edge, and then the specific rules. Then they take it to the floor, and their only mission in life is to play that game as many times in 24 hours as they can, and manifest via the law of large numbers, or compound by the law of large numbers, that expectancy to their bottom line. And it ought to be pretty obvious who's making money in that situation. And they know there's going to be gamblers that win. We know we're going to take stops, 50-50. For us, they have a little better probability than that. But when a gambler wins, the pit boss doesn't come shoot the dealer or change all the rules. They just say, hey, good luck, or great trading, or something. Great, what a clever guy, whatever it is they say, and they deal the next hand. That's it. Period. It's the number of occurrences. That's really important. And in our case, what adds to that is the risk to reward ratio. Which is, I guess takes me to the next step here with them. The fact that so many I get a kick out of all these internet gurus and pencil necks that are spending all their time talking about win rate this and win rate something else, and They never say how many trades. They never say their risk-reward ratio. They never say what data set. That's because that's meaningless clickbait BS. A win rate is nothing taken by itself. You have a 95% win rate and go broke in 10 trades if your risk-reward ratio is upside down, or your R ratio or R factor, whatever they call it, whatever you want to call it. That's crazy. Now, a win rate is a component, an input to the expectancy formula. That's important. But by itself, it's just clickbait BS, man. The expectancy formula is win rate times average winner minus loss rate times average loser. Now you've got a number that means something. And your risk to reward ratio is a huge part of that idea. In other words, if you risk, these guys that use the R value or R factor, your risk is whatever your stop loss is. In my case, 3 ticks, 3 points, 12 ticks. And then the risk to reward would be 1 to however many your profit target is, or that you realize. It can be 1 to 1, 1 to 12, 1 to whatever. It's got to be greater than the higher you can get the risk-reward ratio, the higher the probability that you'll be profitable. Because think about it, if you can take 3 stops in a row and if you have a 1 to 3 risk-reward ratio, means you make 3 R values, R factors for every 1 trade that you risk 1. You could have 3 stops concurrently in a row and be even with 1 win. That's put the math on your side, and that's the whole point of casinos and everything else. And don't believe what I say. Google it, or whatever you choose to do. While I'm on this and nothing else to say, I guess. Here, hold on. Gotta update these and timestamps as I go. Excuse me. Okay, so let's see what we're doing here now. No signals, no nothing. We're back up here to the overnight mid again. Oh, we snuck up to 1 point high. That's kind of cute, because Blue Boy disappeared off the screen. There we go. Something that you may or may not understand or have picked up about this stream is that I try to say it every day, but I'm talking to myself here, you know, and I'm allowing anybody to look over my shoulder and listen in. That's the idea. It's great for me. But be sure you remember that I'm talking to myself, and I do so because A, that's the only way I can get what I'm thinking into the recording of the stream. And B, I believe that your subconscious mind believes what you tell it, especially what you articulate out loud. So I try to continually reinforce what I believe to be important and positive thought. Now, in that vein, and along with the other stuff I've been talking about here just lately, something about trading which goes against the way most of us were raised. And of course, I have no idea where or how you were brought up or raised or anything else, but I was brought up on a ranch in Montana. And I can promise you that work ethic and a understanding or a belief that reward was equal to effort was a big deal. That is completely wrong in trading. Now, effort, if you want to, depending on what level you look at it, there's an old saying that says luck is when preparation and hard work meets opportunity. That's true. I spend hours and hours working on backtesting and coming up with these statistics and everything like that. But in reality, trading is not there's no direct relationship to effort. In other words, clicking the mouse all day long doesn't mean you're going to be successful or equate to a payday. Quite the opposite usually. Some of the bigger traders that I hear talk about things is that, you know, they might trade once a week. That one trade in that month made my year, that kind of thing. And in my opinion, I mean, what I've come to realize and I'm at peace with is that I stand here for sometimes a day at a time. I may not have a signal or a trade today. And that's fine because I don't have one. But I don't feel the need to be making stuff up or seeing patterns out of no place to trade because I'm a trader. I got to be trading. That's not it. This, again, is what I believe. And I'm articulating it for that reason. I'm telling my monkey self, careful, monkey boy. Don't you be trying to whisper in my ear. I remember the old cartoons and Looney Tunes with Sylvester and Tweety, and Sylvester would have the angel on one ear saying, "Don't eat Tweety Bird," and then the devil's over there, eat him, you know he's going to be great now. I like that visual image. Imaginary, of course. All right, so, Jesus, here we go. Yeah, is this boring? Uh-huh, you bet. But it's the market and it's trading, so I'm interested to watch. I continually narrate. I'm checking to make sure my screens are right and IRT's not upside down, firing stuff off. And, you know, when I believe that I might get near a location that I'm going to interact, I make sure I've got all my stuff set up right, my brackets and all those things. And that's another thing about that I forgot to mention, but another thing about vetting a trade and only taking vetted trades, there's no big surprises. There's no hurry, scurry, and blurry, and oh my God, click, we're going to take that level, bloop, 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 nothing. You're waiting for this you know the steps and the criteria that validate the trade and the entry. You watch them start to materialize. And when they do, you take the trade. If they don't, you don't take the trade. It's not a big surprise. It's not a hurry. It's not, you know, gunslinging, whipping and spurring. It's none of that stuff. That's what I believe, and those much more successful than I concur is really trading. Now, I have 2 trades that I vetted. If I had a couple more, like Rod and Harry and guys in the static usually trade 1 or 2 trades a day or more, sometimes 3. But they have several different setups that they say they have vetted. So I believe them. I mean, it's not my job to believe them or not, but okay, great. If that's what you say, I believe you. I will trade trades that I have, setups and trades that I have personally vetted, and that's what you should do also. Even though I show you the whole shooting match over on IRT and stuff, and I'm happy to share the chart, this chart definition with anybody that's got IRT, not a problem. But you should do everything yourself, you know. Verify, vet the trades for yourself, and that's everybody, I think, agrees with that. Of course, the average traders are lazy, and I'm sure, just like I was saying in TLab, everybody, it's a vetted trade. I took my vetted setup, and I got tired of asking because nobody would ever answer. Oh, really? That's great. How many trades was that? What was your R factor? Nah, crickets. That's because they're making shit up and doing it, you know, and they're kidding themselves, I believe. And here we have a mean reversion. About as straightforward as you're going to get. Outside, into the mean exactly. There was range requirement. There's 88, 85. There you go. They got down. You got down here, so you got 75 to, you know, basically 88. That's 12 points. That would be my full 2-lot package because it requires 12 ticks, 12 points, right? So that's 12 points. That would be the full 2-lot risk neutral package to both profit targets, 12 points. But it's not something that I have vetted. What would the setup be here? You know, is it, oh, well, I'm coming off the mid. I'm looking at this liquidity as a level. So ask yourself, now you're the rearview mirror guy. What's the difference here? Here, let's look at here. Well, here we go up, and there's liquidity. That reverted okay. Not as many points, or didn't have as much meat on the bone. Here we go again. That doesn't mean revert at all. How about here? That didn't get any place. That one did. So this one, that one's okay. This one, that's okay. And this one finally did it. What's the difference? There probably is one, but I don't know. That's the difference between rearview mirror guys, right? I believe that we should trade and live on the hard right edge. That's where trading really happens. Anybody can look backwards and call them out like you're a freaking wizard. If you see my point. Hey Panda, how are you? Will you come pee out? So I hope somebody is rich. I wish I would been, you know, the old saying, I wish I was born rich instead of so good looking. Maybe not. Maybe neither. That's the unfortunate part. So, let me just point out here that we may just close out the day like this, or we may have a short squeeze, you know. That's trading. Let's look at the bigger picture here. What did we do today exactly? Well, here was yesterday's RTH. We opened on a little bit of a gap up, closed the gap, took it all the way down. Now we're right back in the middle again. Basically, they're going to continue to build this profile out to where it's more or less balanced, right? no apparent inputs. And as we know, and as I talked about early on in the session with the random risk potential, who the hell knows? You know, maybe Einstein can come throw a tweet out on Truth Social or whatever that thing's called he uses, and we'll get one of these. Who the hell knows? We don't know that. So what you need to do, in my opinion, if you're going to stay in this market, if you're trading a sim account or a prop account and you're just trying to YOLO it and get funded or whatever it is, knock yourself out. But if you've got money on the line and you are interested in longevity and having a business, limit your exposure to the risk of the market as much as you can. Maximize the potential profit as much as you can when you're in a trade, and only take the ones A+ trades that you vetted. Always have a bracket in the market. I don't know what else to say or do. That's my approach. You know, that's my approach. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And it's entirely possible that this entire day will pass and I won't even remotely have a trade. So there you go. And I'm dying to put a trade on to see, because I want to see how all of this comes to pass. I want to see how all the moving pieces work together. Oh, that reminds me, I'm going to call somebody. My wife's KitchenAid is making noise, and that's kind of like our, that would be sort of like our rhythmic not working. You know, I gotta call the factory here and tell them I found out what's wrong. Should I fix it or is it under warranty? You know, life's what happens while you're making other plans, huh? That's the key there. So here we are. This is a trigger zone. You know, this could possibly trigger something, and this could possibly trigger something. Looking at this profile, what would I imagine would be the suggested trade? Well, we are right in the middle. You couldn't get a much more balanced profile in terms of the POC from the low to the high. A little more volume traded out lower, it looks like. So common sense would say if all we've done for the first 2.5 or 3 hours is mean revert, probably an IB failure would be the trade that would be suggested. I will take whatever signal presents itself, and I won't have a bias. I will trade what I see, not what I think. I don't know what else to do. Well, here we are. Literally stuck in the middle again. The micros, of course, because I'm in the live funded. Funded by me, I should say. This is a live brokerage account. Not a prop thing. All right, I'm gonna eat my own dog food and get a little, rest my eyes outside, get some air, a little R&R, and some exercise. I'll be back pretty quick. that looks like a real good waste of time there now. God, I hope nobody got suckered into any of that. Notice that these are about a point or a point and a half high. This is just a disaster trying to happen right here. For me. For me. So yeah, what are we doing now? Oh, now they're going to go zooming down some other directions. So Fed Daily and Fed Cook are busy speaking. And Miran is So I'm on hold for KitchenAid. So exciting. Yeah, this is a day to do nothing, unfortunately, for me. If you have a vetted trade that works in this environment, good for you, I guess. The only trades I can see that would have any probably any validity would be a mean reversion, but I've already talked about that quite a bit. And you see that there's been no signals. We took out the IB, we came back up here, and we haven't done anything since. Well, here we are in the power hour. So much for that. Well, typically I go through some backtesting, the backtesting stuff. I guess I could continue to do that here while I'm on hold. So I think we've pretty well covered the difference between the. This chart is my visual confirmation chart that signals. Let's see if we see some here, back here somewhere. Signals and session. These signal markers, I'm sorry, happen where and when I expect them to. The levels here are just custom indicators that I've built for this chart, as are the session indicators. This chart doesn't connect with the trading system here in any way. However, the lines, the levels, and the signal markers reflect exactly what and when things should happen on the trading chart, on the trading system. Now, if I want to, I can send the results of the trading system to this chart, and then it'll just plot every trade that is taken by the backtest over here. But that's not typically what I do. And that's why I built the trigger charts here, to be able to trade and not be confusing. And what I do with these is I watch for the, as I said, is it happening what, when, and where I expect it to? And if so, then I take the trade mechanically on Bookmap. And now that I'm on live brokerage account, live funded brokerage account, I'm extremely, I'm going at it real cautiously, as anybody should do. So here's the advantage of backtesting. In order to, I've already gone through the concept of a vetted trade and only taking vetted setups and trades, which you have all pre-identified, have a positive expectancy and an outcome. And the way to do that efficiently, unless you're going to plan to live older than Methuselah and do it manually, is to do it with a backtesting engine of some sort. I tried using Python, teaching myself Python, and then using it. And I got the risk management set up for the 2-lot, risk neutral, trade management, and some various setups for futures data, which I exported from here to in IRT to Python. Then I discovered that backtest.py and those kind of libraries don't work with futures, because they are not written to understand points and ticks. They are written for crypto and FX, which is pennies, right? So I reverted back to IRT, which I've had for many, many years, but I had never really ventured into the backtest seriously. So what I've done here is I've been able to successfully code up a system which uses sequential orders, sequential signals, to put in a trade. Old lady was just talking to me. Sorry about that. So the way you do it is, let's set up, I don't know, 25 days, 20 days backtest. It's going to be the ES 2-lot contract. It's going to be over the RTH session only. Going to produce these reports that I've asked it to produce. Now watch how long this takes. Well, it took a second. This computer traded the last 20 trading days of 1-minute data and evaluated all of these rules over each 1 minute bar for the last 20 days, which is 8,888 bars. And these are the results. Drawdown, trade 32 trades, 13 long, 19 short. What else we got down here? Buy and hold result if you did that. Capital used. Some other stuff here. Boy, my eyes are bothering me. Here's a little bit more pertinent for me. $750. This is now remember, this is the ES, not the micro. So this is the maximum profit I expect on a 2-lot with both profit targets. And this is the maximum loss on a risk neutral 2-lot package with full stops. Of course, on the micro, this would be $30 and this would be $75. Average winner, average loser, 2.27 ratio win to loss, percent profitable 28%, 32 trades, 9 winners, 10 losers. Consecutive winners is 4 in a row and 5 losers in a row. So $1,500. Can your account withstand $1,500 drawdown in a row? I'm not making any comments. This is what what I believe you need to consider. And if that's not, and if you really want to get into it, you can look at each trade and the results, date, time, entry type, result of the exits, and the profitability or not, okay? Now that's 32 trades, and I think of what I put, 20 days, right? Here's a little tool that I built, if I can find it. I didn't open it yet, I don't think. No, I didn't open it yet, I apologize. Okay, this little tool I built, just in Chrome. It's just a Google Sheet thing, right? So we've got, it looks back at 20 days, 32 trades. Total wins were what, 19 or something like that? Total wins were 9. Come on now, be nice. God damn it. Total wins were 9. Total losses were 10. Average winner was 680. And average loser was 300. Okay, there you are. There were 13 scratches. It's a 2-lot package size. We took 64 single lot positions. We achieved T1 22 times for 34%. We achieved T2, realized T2 9 times for 14%. And we took 33 stops for 51%. Win rate of 48.44, loss rate of 51. Expectancy is $174. Profit factor is 0.90. Risk reward ratio is 2.27 and trades per day is 1.6. So over the last 20 days, that wasn't particularly good. Now, let me think of something. I've been making some changes here where I could put different T1, different T2, and have a scaling, or like stop to break even at certain. I want to be sure I hadn't done that, but no, I haven't. So that's not particularly a good thing. But with a 48% win rate, you notice we can expect this amount of profit. Here we are. I'm being All right, so then like dinner. What was I doing? Yeah, we were talking about backtesting, and now it's 20 after. So obviously you can see how quick that was, and how the statistics can be put together. Here's the part that really matters. Now, you want to be sure that any backtest you do with your determination of statistics is a large enough sample set to be statistically significant and outside the possibility of random distribution, which is, I've described once already, but random distribution is real simple. If you flip a coin, everybody knows a coin is 50-50. You flip a coin 10 times, nobody's surprised that there's more heads than tails or vice versa. You flip it 1,000 times, pretty close to 50-50. That is the difference between possibility of random distribution. Just like on the example that I just showed that I now closed off, there were five consecutive losers. That was 5 full stops in a row. So you need to be outside of that random distribution area as far as you can get with as large a sample size as possible. So here's what you can do. Let's look at 500 days. Well, the system doesn't want to think too much here. 500 days, okay. How long do you imagine that'll take? Backtest. Well, I don't know. Oh, it took 5 seconds. 5 seconds to accurately, very precisely run through each one of these rules without any discretion. Sure, if you have the rule wrong or you need to change the rule, that's up to you as the coder for this thing. That's up to the determination of your setup and rules. But this follows each and every one of these rules specifically to the T, every 1 minute bar, for 493 days. That is 217,970 1-minute candlestick bars. 716 trades, 371, 345. Drawdown is 235, or pullback is 235, 2,320, I can't even see, $2,325, right? Now, I know there's an issue here. I know that that's wrong, and I know why. That is the 1st of May, 2024. The system takes a IB failure short. It achieves T1, and rather than achieve T2, which obviously is well below this in $750, it goes on to the end of day, which is 2 rules that I have here. In other words, if we're in a trade from now, for example, and we're not closed by the end of the day, which I set, then it'll automatically close it out. You had 5 consecutive winners in a row and 10 consecutive losers in a row. So you need to be able to stand $3,000 in a row, consecutive losers right here. We had 249, 359. Let's look at this guy again. 500 trades. 716 trades. 249 winners. 359 losers. This is goofy, but let's put it in there anyway. 589 and Oh, this is completely nuts. How can this possibly be 196 losers? I know this is, I still have this working on a break even, bringing a scale to break even. But let's go ahead. Let's put it in there anyway. So what do we got? We have 108 scratches, 42% win rate, 57% loss rate, expectancy, and the various values. That's the way it works. And that's how I believe you should do it to vet your trade and then move forward. Now that I'm going to move on to the next setup and parameters, which I have not determined yet. So that's where I'm at, and I've got to look at how I've mucked up these rules. Let's just see something here. Okay. All right. So there you have backtesting, and I'll do a recap and a daily recap at the end of the day here at about bottom of the hour. Okay, we've rounded the corner for the end of this day. I'm not sorry to see it go away, but hey, this is trading. no triggers. Well, 2 out of sequence. Nothing else. So no trades for me to take. Now, just a word again about the micros. This is a live funded brokerage account funded by me. So I am obviously approaching it very cautiously to make sure that I don't have any of that drama with IRT that occurred last week. And I'll trade these micros. Everything is the same as far as everything except the size, you know. And this is, you'll notice this is the micro. It's all set up the same. Everything is in place and ready to rock. And I've, you know, I'm pushing my levels and my pullbacks and all that. Did all of that last night into the night after I finally got this thing. There was a log-on problem with getting both Bookmap and IRT logged on at the same time, which was an operator error, to be honest about it. I hadn't, well, it's neither here nor there. It's fixed now, and it was operator error, and I figured it got it worked out, so it was not a problem at all. Now, and it was no problem as far as actual cash or trading or anything. So here we are. Okay, we know what we did today. Let's see what hell is in store for tomorrow. Wow, this is not what I wanted to do here. So here we have investing.com. My oldest news source. Both of these news sources are free. You can pay for them if you want to, and I suppose the ads go away. I don't even know. I've never paid for them. Tomorrow, we can expect the jolts, which is not part of the government, at 9 o'clock. Earnings, of course, is driving most of the last week in this. There's Monday, and here's tomorrow. AMD, that's a biggie. Shopify. Now, these with the quarter moon report after the bell, and the sun report before the bell. They're done, and they're in market cap order. And Wednesday we have McDonald's, Qualcomm, ARM. Okay. Thursday. All right, so that's the big thing. I'm still a little bit puzzled, to be honest with you, as to why this is the first week of November. This is the first Friday in November this week. Therefore, should be non-farm payroll. What I believe has happened here is that they have just given up until the government strikes over, government, whatever they're doing, shutdown is over, because, and we're going to have Michigan, which is a big number, and yeah, on Friday. That's a puzzle, okay? That's investing.com. The second news source I use is Financial Juice, and it is got a similar, but not my preference, calendar over here for snapping and, you know, capturing and posting, for example, in a Discord or somewhere. But it has more of a squawk box feel on the right column here. And this is where SMB is going to be over here on the 18th. Wow. This is it's more of a squawk box, more of a squawk box feel, and this is where we're going to have the market on. Sorry, market. I was reading these, and I can't do two things at once. That's why I use the stream, or not as well as I used to. They don't have the votes to end the filibuster. Boy, if they want to save money and get rid of some people, I can suggest a whole shitload of fire back there in the Capitol building. And who are all being paid, incidentally. They're all receiving their pay, no problem at all. Full health care, pensions for life. You know, the House of Representatives has, guess how many working days they have had since the 1st of July? 20. I got some suggestions for layoffs. Okay, so anyway, there we are. Now we'll see the market on close orders here in a little bit. Let's look at the real world here. Let's look at the market. Okay. Again, this is the micro configuration, the mini configuration. Micro composite, micro composite. This is my higher time frame chart. It's RTH session only. These are daily bars. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, and therefore it then generates the high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines inside here. Just the high and low volume nodes in the market in this profile, and they are pushed automatically to Bookmap. This is the market profile, in case you know about that. And let's see what's going on with still light volume. This I've switched to the MES, okay? Light volume, ATR is down around 2. This is also switched. Let's get back to that chart and have a look. Oh, hell yeah. Less than 1 million contracts so far. Typically the MES is higher volume than the ES because of the price. So there we are. Now, the session prices here also are the ones that are pushed to Bookmap, and they are right here. Now, my columns in Bookmap are as follows. This is the dome, price ladder, whatever you want to call it. Level 2, obviously. These are the prices, and this is the resting liquidity at each price, resting orders at each price. And incidentally, one thing here that's really important to remember about futures, there is never, ever more buyers than sellers or vice versa. Anybody that tells you that has no clue about futures or what they're talking about. Just think about it. We talk about futures contracts. It's a contract between a buyer and a seller. There cannot be more of one than the other, or we don't have a trade. It's not shares or stocks or, a pool of liquidity that people buy and sell from, like FX or the NASDAQ or anything else. These are the futures markets. Price goes down by aggressive sellers crossing the inside market and hitting the bid. Price goes up by aggressive buyers crossing the inside market and lifting the ask. Never, ever is it possible for more buyers than sellers or vice versa. It's a zero-sum game. That's why you should always be aware. Who do you think is buying? Remember, all these people buying up here, right? Or let's look at this one. All these people buying. All these people buying here. Who are they buying from? Every person that bought across here had a seller on the other side. How do you suppose that seller is going to take profit? The market goes down to go up, goes up to go down. That's the futures market. If you don't believe that, wander off somewhere in the sun and have yourself a think, because that is exactly the truth. All right. So we have our levels. We have our, going to have the market on close orders in about 9 minutes. I'm sorry, it's not market on close orders. It's market on close imbalance. And that'll show up over on our financial use. Wiggle. Anyway, so here's the micro composite column where I manually enter all these values from the micro composite chart. High and low volume nodes, which push automatically. What happened to that one? I don't know. It'll be back in a minute, I assume. The full session volume profile. The RTH session volume profile, which sets today at, will reset at 8:30 in the morning. This will reset at 5 o'clock this afternoon, 1700, for the complete session. This is the full session. This is not the ETH. So this would be like the Globex. So I maybe ought to change that title one of these days. And this is my notes column, which I've explained ad nauseum, but it's real important. The first thing I do is change the column title. This is where I put in all the statistics associated with the open type, based, and next to their relative price levels. Flag the migrating VPOCs, that stuff. The reason I changed the column title here is because when I review a snap or the screen or the stream, I can just see that title and it gives me a lot of information immediately. As to what how the overnight was, how did we close it, etc. by the open type. That's the whole purpose for them. And these are the session prices for MyRT, which, if they would be handy for you, I share them with a lot of people. Be happy to push them. It's a Google. It's a URL to a Google Sheet, and then you just paste that in the Cloud Notes or in your program of choice or this indicator, and they refresh every 30 seconds, 24 hours a day from 1700 Sunday night through 1600 on Friday. Boop. There you go. Nothing magic about what I do. There's no complicated mistake. I'd like to get you to believe that I have a big pointy hat and a magic wand, and for that reason you should send me a lot of money. But I'm also honest and didn't grow up that way. Nothing I do is complicated. This is the entire session. There's a POC for the full session, a POC for the RTH session. POC meaning point of control, which is nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's all. There's an initial balance high and low, just a marker of the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. There's a VWAP for the Globex and the RTH, and there's a mid. Couldn't get more simple, could it? And we got Blue Boy over here, which is a secret, real expensive indicator. It's called a vertical line. And I put that on the opening print of each session so that I can have a visual clue or cue that I have. If I can glance left and see that, I know I have the whole session in view. There you go. This is trading. This is trading, not a video game. All day, no signals, no trades. That's the life. That is it. If you're looking for an adrenaline rush or excitement or something, then good. Go do that. But this is not it. This is not, if you're trying to have a trading business which is consistently profitable over the long haul, this is the way to go. This is the only way to go. And not my revelation, but Jim Simmons and Paul Tudor Jones and Ray Dalio and Tom the Trader, the best loser wins guy, and Tom Sosnoff and Tom B, and boy, a lot of Toms in this thing. Rod, Garrett, I mean, right down to us, people I trade with every day in Statistic or whatever. They all know that they've all realized that probabilities are it, and it all started from Thorpe, who was a math teacher and realized that gambling, 21 I think, was a game of probabilities and statistics from the point of view, the gaming industry from the point of view of the house. Made a lot of money until they banned him. Then he started a hedge fund and is one of the more successful in history. Jim Simmons is the most successful hedge fund, Medallion Fund and Renaissance Technologies, most successful in history. Highest returns year over year for I don't know how many years. Absolutely never hired one person with any finance background. Physicists, PhDs, statisticians. They realized that Markov chain, probabilities, I mean, they took it to a whole other level, of course, than I'm doing here or could do, but that's it. And I've explained probabilities and how we trade, why I trade this way, and how to, we just looked at the back testing, how to determine that you have an expectancy. An expectancy is, if you're doing it by hand, the formula for expectancy is real simple. If you don't want to Google it, it is average. It's the win rate times the average winner minus the loss rate times the average loser. And you want to have that study be greater than or outside, random distribution. There you go. And 1 minute till market on close imbalance. That'll show up over here. And then we'll put this day to bed, and I'm pretty happy that everything worked without a hitch. I'll be real excited to trade tomorrow, assuming I get a signal to trade. And I'm not talking signals like red light, green light. I hope that's clear in my explanation of the way I did the back testing and the signal rules and my trigger charts and stuff. That it is just it's actually born out of, where am I here? Well, we're going to have this out in a couple minutes. The entire system is born out of the fact that I wanted to vet, set up and trade, and I needed a suggestion, and we were talking about it in Static, and Rod says, well, my IB failure is this. I want price to take out the IB. I want price to pull back to within 3 to 5 points and then test back up to the IB, and at that point, I enter short. I thought, wow, that's great. That'll give me the opportunity to confirm that I can code a sequential set of rules, and the rest of the stuff is, basically elementary. And there it went. And then I flipped it around for IB continuation, and that's it. And so you have to determine what your signal is. Are you going to do the IB or the VPOC migrations? If so, great. Can't miss that. Yellow brick road moving around. But what's going to happen with your what's going to happen with those signals? What are the signals that validate that entry? Well, we didn't have enough of a market on close order to even move the needle here. Market on close imbalance. I wonder if, now be sure you notice, I think I went through this earlier, but watch what happens when I change instruments. Can no longer trade. Need to re-enable the trade control panel and pick a way to trade. This little blurb was all we had for 50. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Okay, back to the micros. And do we have it yet? No, we don't. Still don't have the market on close imbalance in financial juice, but so what? It is what it is. Huh. That's crazy. No market on close imbalance. Did they get rid of that too? Jesus. All right. So there you have it, boys and girls. Remember, you are the most critical tool in your work shed there. Take care of it. Get plenty of rest. Be hydrated. Be mentally sharp, acute. Be aware of you. Be aware of hide or how, whatever euphemism or analogy you want to use to talk about it or to think about it. You know, if you're feeling FOMO and you're never going to get rid of those feelings, if you're feeling them, keep your hand off the mouse. Realize you're an adult. You don't react to that. You don't go to the bathroom in your pants anymore. You're an adult. You don't overtrade anymore. You're an adult. Let that sink in. I mean, look at it realistically, you know. For some reason, people who are successful, intelligent, you know, guys, business people with careers and stuff, and they get around trading, and all of a sudden they're like 6 years old, sucking their thumb and wetting their pants. You know, it's amazing. It's amazing. There you go. Obviously, that's how I feel about it. So, the stream is every morning from 8 o'clock, every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 or thereabouts. Well, no, never before 1500, but sometimes a little after. That's the end of the cash close. Start with the pre-market and the setups and the analysis of overnight and what I expect for trade open in the morning, and every day, every way. You're welcome. Smack a thumbs up and a subscribe on the way out the door. That'd be great. I'm only in this for the subs and the likes, you know. All of this stuff I do every day on the equipment that I bought and everything is... Nobody's giving me any money for any of it. So, that's pretty weird that Financial Juice hasn't updated the market on closing balance. I don't know what the hell is going on. Maybe the internet is still having a bumpy ride. I don't know. I have no use for, nor do I ever do, social media stuff, which is maybe my fault or a handicap for me, but I just can't. I don't want to support that stuff or those guys, so I don't. Personal choice. And there you have it. And here's the ES trigger. Same. ES trigger, same. You see, it's essentially the same day, right? Same story. The only difference is the value of the contract. There are different levels, for sure, different volumes, but it's pretty close. Pretty close. Now we're 1.2 million on the ES and only 912,000 over here on the micros. You see that? And we ended up just flattening out this belly and making it a rotational, almost a perfect rotational distribution with a little bit of an imbalance and a skew, you know. That's about it. Kurtosis, whatever that is. But we definitely have excess on both ends, and yeah. Market profile, same story. Here we go. Excess, the auction was concluded at both ends. Nobody can argue with that. There you go. And basically a carbon copy of Friday if you want to, a little jog higher, maybe just a skosh. Well, what is it? High for Friday was, notice here in my, whatever that's called, info box, the high is 69.02, and the high today is 69.09. Oh, 7 handles different so far. So far. And selling days, mind you. Open, close. Open, close. Open, close. There you are. Okay. We're going to wrap this hootenanny up here in about a minute. I'm still kind of puzzled as to what in the hell happened to the market on close and balance. Beats the hell out of me. I mean, obviously my internet didn't fall over. I've got charts charting and plots plotting, and you know, I don't know what the hell happened. Investing.com doesn't push that stuff. Doesn't do the squawk boxy deal. Did you wake up the princess? Okay, I go at 3. That's when my alarm goes off. 1500. Talking to my wife. Sorry about that. But you know, now I got to put on my soccer dad hat and switch gears. So get outside, rest your eye. Remember my lecture on your eyesight and you. When we stand in front of these screens all day, our short focus eye muscles are in constant tension. If you want to understand what that's like, clench your fists as tight as you can for a couple, 3 hours at a time. And see how you feel. So every hour, 2 hours, do an exercise, do some squats, get some couple dumbbells, do something. Get out and walk out the front door or look down the street. Get some natural light. Let those short focus muscles in your eyes and your rods and cones and all that stuff in your retina relax. Obviously I'm an eye doctor. Maybe not. But you get the point, right? All the money and crap we spend on trading as our imagining that it will be our business and our livelihood, and we don't take care of the one thing that really matters, or that is more important than the rest of them. I mean, if you've got a sharp brain and sharp eyes and you're up to speed and you're rested and you're hydrated and you're firing on 8 cylinders, you can trade on a laptop with one screen. Or I know of guys who do it on a phone. But you can have 35 screens and the best, most expensive software in the world and nobody there, you know, a cabbage sitting on this side of the microphone, you're not going to make any money. So there we go. The market is fudido. One more day in the bag, boys and girls, and no market on close stuff from financial juice. That is pretty bizarre to me. I'm really surprised. All right, have a great day. Like I said, take care of yourself. Take care of your family. Take care of you. Get outside, do something fun, get away from the screens, and be back here at 8 o'clock in the morning. That's mandatory. Or we're gonna, you know, gonna call ice on you. Stop streaming. Here we go.